I was like, those lights right there. I don't. What's the point? Seems reasonable. I'm sure someone is wearing one. At least for funny. I haven't lost my sense of humor this whole time. I can't blame it.
All right. See you.
Yeah. How's it going? Which is okay to say. But they're not. So, oh, I do.
Olivia went out to look for you.
This is it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just looking for a flag, and as soon as we find one, we'll be able to begin the meeting appropriately. Actually, I was just explaining that we're looking for a flag, and as soon as we find one, we will begin the meeting appropriately. Just give us a couple of minutes. It's the one item that was not preset. Thank you.
Yeah, more than once. It happens.
Okay, welcome everyone. It's good to see everyone here tonight. As you'd imagine, we normally have a slightly smaller crowd, but we are glad to have people come to the meeting. We're going to start, as we always do with our meetings, with the Pledge of Allegiance. Normally the flag that is there is not here, which we've been searching for, but we did procure a flag. So everyone can please rise. We'll say the pledge. Unfurled. Thank you, Tom. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Again, we want to thank everyone for coming tonight. As you can see, we have moved to this larger location than our normal library to accommodate the large crowd that is here. We also required masks in this room. As I think you know, we would appreciate it if, out of courtesy for those who are here, they keep those masks on. And that, of course, is a accommodation for those who are immunocompromised or have ADA requirements to have those masks on in this space. We also have an overflow space in the cafeteria for those who can't tolerate masks or would like to be in that space to watch the meeting. And if you do choose to be in that area, everyone who's in that area but wishes to speak will, of course, be welcome to come here and participate in the meeting. And finally, there's, of course, another audience to this meeting, which is all the folks who are watching it on live stream. We do keep these meetings since the beginning of the pandemic. We've improved our technology to allow folks to watch from home. So for those of you who are out there, those of you who are here, those who are in the cafeteria, we do appreciate you coming, and hopefully that in some way is symbolic of the compromise and the accommodation for all of our members of our community who do have different needs regarding tonight's meeting. I would like to say for the record that the board met in executive session to consider matters leading to the appointment of a particular person, persons, or corporation pending or current litigation and a confidential student matter. We know many of you are here tonight to hear about the reopening of school, which of course we're going to get to, but this is our regular business meeting and we do have a few other topics that we want to discuss. We are glad you are here. We hope this is an opportunity for those of you who aren't frequent attendees to our meetings to learn a little bit more about how we operate, our processes, and really the bevy of issues with which we're faced here in the district. And of course, the respectful manner in which we operate as a board and which we know our community will also participate in as well. We obviously have differences of opinion here in the community. We have differences of opinion here on the board, but we are all here for the children and for the community. So with that, I would like to bring us to the first action item tonight, which is the approval of the minutes from our July 12th reorganizational meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And I heard a second as well. Any questions or comments on the minutes? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Pardon me? Absolutely. We have two meetings that we're approving. Thank you, Tom. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes from our August 2nd meeting as well. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second, I heard. Any questions on that meeting? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The next item is a public hearing for the district-wide safety plan. District-wide safety plan has been available for viewing both in our central office with our district clerk, Betty Campy, and also online this year, again, making it more possible for folks to learn about our plans and understand what we're doing. And this is a public hearing that's required by the law. And are there any questions or comments about the district-wide safety plan? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. And we will move on to our next item of business, which is the report from our superintendent, Dr. Dolan.
Approve it.
Pardon
You
me?
didn't approve the
We'll be
safety.
approving it later.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for being here. I have several items, mostly related to summer activity and, of course, what we do over the summer to get ready for September. Personnel, we've been very busy with personnel, and I had mentioned at the last meeting how thorough the process is here. There's been much hiring. It's an excellent process. Those of you that weren't at the last meeting didn't hear me say it, but one of the things that I was most taken by is the fact that we collect student feedback when a demonstration lesson is done. And when we interview teachers, right there in front of me in a very thick packet of material is feedback from the students who witnessed the demonstration lesson. Very, very helpful, and I think very innovative. One unanticipated hiring for this summer that has already taken place is the interim principal at the middle school. And Jen Imperial has already been appointed and has already started. She's doing a wonderful job. Any of you who have students at the middle school have probably heard from her a couple of times already. But because she left her position as the assistant principal at the high school, we've also been compelled to hire an interim assistant principal this year. And that person appears on this agenda. She is Dr. Maram Mabrook. And Dr. Mabrook is an excellent addition to the administrative staff. She's been with the district since September of 2007, a social studies teacher who's taught a wide range of courses. She was also involved as the advisor to the North Shore debate team and a number of other clubs. And among her awards and honors, this is the one I really want to point out. Dean's List, 6 out of 6 semesters, Phi Beta Kappa, Phi Alpha Theta, which is the History Honor Society, Golden Key National Honor Society, Phi Eta Sigma, Freshman Honor Society. That's more Greek than I've ever spoken before in a single sentence. And Hofstra University Provost Scholar for 2 semesters. She's a wonderful addition to our staff. I was happy to be involved in that, and I give a great deal of credit to the principal at the high school, who ran a wonderful search involving teacher input, parent input, student input, and of course administrative input. She will be appointed on this agenda tonight. Construction. Construction is a hot topic at all schools over the summer, and anybody who's ever done construction at their own home knows the worry you have about getting things done. Here, that worry is compounded because we can't put off the opening of school. I did speak to John Hall today, who is our Director of Facilities, and asked him if there was anything that I needed to be newly concerned about. And all he indicated was that there have been some issues relative to products not being available. Probably something we've all experienced in this environment, that some of the things that we're now trying to order just aren't there. But to John's credit and our construction crew's credit, we're developing workarounds for just about all of them. We're confident we'll be ready to open. It's not going to be as pretty as we would have liked. There will still be some rough spots, but we will be open. And I also point out to you that the Board of Education will be touring the entire district. I believe it's the evening of August the 31st. It's an obligation the board has to inspect the facilities of the school. It's one that this board takes very seriously, and we will be on that task from about 6 o'clock at night till 10 o'clock at night, the day before school opens, touring and taking a look at all the facilities, such that the board can know exactly how we are opening. Student population. Summer is a very busy time for new students to arrive. This year, we have 158 kindergarten students welcoming to the class of 2034. Think about that, the class of 2034, 158 students, and a total of 2463 students as of this moment. I will give an update on those numbers to the board and to the community at the September 2nd meeting, and I'll let you know exactly how many students we have that we are opening with. I need to give credit to our registrar, perhaps someone you don't know if you've lived here a long time, Catherine Miller. Catherine is very busy over the summer with a lot of people moving in. She is full right now, and what I mean by that is all of the slots that we have available to register between now and the first day of school have been taken. That might be a concern to some people. We try to squeeze people in, but right now there's no room in her office, although we will do our very best to get students started as quickly as possible. A topic I mentioned at our last meeting was some of the advocacy that I'm trying to do over the summer, meeting with all of our elected representatives. Thus far this summer, I've met with Senator Gorin, Assemblyman Rah. Assemblyman Levine has been busy, as you may know from the news, because he's chairing a committee up in Albany that has been very busy this summer. And I also met with County Executive Curran. It's a good opportunity to remind them of the North Shore School District, to let them know where we are, what our concerns are. And that way, when there is an issue that needs to be addressed, they know who we are, and it's much easier for me to reach out. Our calendar is coming out very soon. In fact, the board got copies of it tonight. I've seen the boxes of them. They should be going in the mail imminently, and you will all have the school calendar. There is one date that's not on there, which is somewhat significant, and that's next Monday. The 23rd, I think, is Monday. In some ways, and sometimes I think of it as the first day of school, because Monday the 23rd is the day that the football team comes back. And I will be there at 8 o'clock in the morning to greet the football team, and in many ways, that is the first start of school, when the first students arrive for a student activity. It will also be the moment when this very, very serious Seahawk fan will become a Viking fan. And I will be putting on a different pair of sunglasses right there in front of our team, and doing so proudly. Very anxious to meet them, and I've already had some good conversations with the coaching staff. Our summer program was a huge success this year. If any of you drove by the schools where it took place, you know how busy they were. I asked Kerry Tatone to give us some data on it, and the very first piece of data that she gave me was the degree to which Chris Zublionis is responsible for this summer program. So I thought it was very nice. That she'd point at you and say thank you. To give you some idea, this year, as you know, the community was surveyed for what kind of programs they'd like to see offered. And then the teachers were asked, what would they like to teach? We had 372 registrations for session 1, 487 registrations for session 2. Most of the enrollments from grades K through 8. There were 2 musical concerts, 2 dance show contests. Fresh garlic was sent home with kids in the garden club. Didn't know I'd be reading that. Fresh garlic was sent home. Curriculum was written using the SVOs, our goal, our standard-based outcomes, to guide student outcomes. Courses that were taught: creative writing, yoga, mindset, mindfulness, current events, ukulele, band, orchestra, chorus, career readiness to the seniors, getting ready for geometry, and theater. And I also had the privilege of teaching the students in one session, very near the end, as we ran an umpire boot camp. And I had them all practice safe calls and out calls, and talking about some of the intricacies of umpiring. It was an excuse for me to get to know the kids, and I absolutely enjoyed it. It was great to be able to do that. Finally, very good news for one of our students, and in fact for the whole school district. Eileen Zhao of our high school has been selected as a Long Island Scholar Artist in the area of music for the 2021-22 school year. She's only one of only 20 students so chosen on Long Island, and she will be honored with a picture in Newsday in the month of October. With the board's permission, we will also invite her to the September 2nd board meeting such that she can be honored and receive a certificate from the board. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to the whole music department for that achievement. And I'm pretty sure that that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dolan. I like the contrast of the current events and the ukulele sort of put together. Our next order of business will be board subcommittees and assigning trustees to these board subcommittees. For the public, please know there'll be a brochure coming out in the next couple weeks, which will advertise some openings on these committees, and we solicit community participation in most of them, if not all of them, not all of them, but most of them. And we do welcome people from the community to come and keep an eye out for that brochure and participate, share your experience. We have a lot of talent in this community, a lot of knowledge, and that helps those committees to function well. Tonight we'll be assigning board representatives. There are 8 of them, and I'm going to go down. Betty, you can record these as we go. Terrific. The first one is the District Construction Steering Committee. I'll take comers as they go. You can jump in if you want to volunteer for them.
I'd like to
I've been
stay.
on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, I'm sorry, Mary.
I
didn't see it.
didn't see. I'd like to stay on the committee.
Okay.
If no one minds.
Yeah.
I was, the Construction Steering Committee is a very significant position. We've got many, many very long-term projects across multiple kinds of financing options. I've been on the board a long time, and I feel like since we have some new members, it's time for someone else to start to learn that role, given its significance. So I would like to step down if someone new is able to step into that position.
Okay.
I don't mind doing it, but I want to stick with the other committees I've been on.
Is there someone who does, I should mention, I'm the third who's been on that committee, and I haven't been on for quite as long as trustees Russo or Vice President Jones. But if you're stepping down, I'd be happy to stay on and provide that consistency. So we're looking for one volunteer who does want to jump in and join that committee. Is there someone who does?
I'd be willing to do it.
Okay.
Also, but
Yep.
we have, a couple of,
Just put the mic down. I don't know if it's on. Is the light on?
It is now.
Is it on now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes, I would like to do it as well.
Okay.
So can you have 4 trustees?
I don't think we're gonna have 4 because then it becomes a,
That becomes a quorum.
Yep.
You can do it if you want to do it.
well, Rich is saying he wants to do it also. Rich-
That's okay. If she'd like to do it, that's fine. That's fine.
This happens organically, so we can flesh this out. But it seems like Rich, I mean, I don't, it's first come, first serve. I guess we could discuss it, but I don't know if you care or you want her to do it. I think you'd both be wonderful.
If she would like to do it, that's fine with me.
It
Okay,
sounds
Lisa?
very interesting to me. I'd like to do it if you don't mind, Rich. Thank you.
That's
I'll give you the
perfectly
next
fine.
one.
Okay, yeah. Normally, there's not a huge clamor to jump for too many of these committees. We have plenty of work to do as it is. So we'll have trustees Russo, Colasiopo, and myself on that one. District-wide Health and Safety Committee. Last year, we had Rich, Sarah, I'm going to use first names, it's easier. Rich, Sarah, and former trustee Lisa Vizza.
I'd like to continue.
Okay,
I would like to continue as well.
okay. Rich, you're certainly going to get your first choice on this one. So,
Fair enough.
I would love
just
to join that.
pull that mic right in.
Hello.
There you go.
I would like to join that committee.
Okay. Are there other folks who? Okay. Got it. Thank you. Board policy review. We had trustees Galati, McCary, and outgoing trustee Tim Madden were on that committee.
I want to remain.
Okay. Trust-
I've served on it for 4 years, and I think I would like to step back this year.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to step on?
I have not done it in all this time. I'd be very interested in serving.
Okay. For the record, trustees, we don't have to have 3 trustees on every committee. Certainly 2 is fine. Is there anyone else who wants to be on the policy committee? I did serve on it for the first couple of years, and it's a great way to review the policy book, which, by the way, for our audience, is posted online. It's directly on the district website, and it does go through all the district policies that govern really every facet of our school system. Is there a third trustee who would like to join the policy committee?
Is tonight our last opportunity?
No, if we have 2 and you decide that you're just hungry for more, we can always add you later.
It's also a good way I did it when I first got on the board. It's really a good way to get some good information as a new trustee. So generally, always have at least one brand new trustee on the policy committee.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Lisa. Want to duke it out or?
It's against the policies. Okay, so we'll put trustee Mosca down for that one. The Legislative Action Committee, which is a subcommittee of the board, which is 9 members of the community who volunteer to assist the board in legislative matters and serving as a liaison between the board and the community to share information. Is there someone who, Tim Madden was the representative, the liaison to that committee last year. Tim is, of course, off the board now. So is there someone who would like to spearhead the LAC?
This is another one I'd love to do.
Okay, that makes sense. You were a member of the
And
of the committee last
It was
year.
fascinating, so.
It is a fascinating committee, and we do have openings on LAC, so we would like people to volunteer.
We also have openings on construction steering.
That's correct.
As well.
That's correct.
So
Thank you. Okay, typically we have one at the head of LAC, so we will keep that there, but of course, if someone wants to jump in later, we can do that as well. The IEP Review Subcommittee. Last year we had trustees McCary and Lisa Vizza.
I will remain on it.
Okay, so we have trustee McCary remaining. Is there someone else who would like to participate?
I'm interested if nobody else.
Sold. Thank you, Lisa. Review of the attorney bills. Rich and Mary Ann were handling that last year.
I'm willing to stay. Kind of makes sense.
I'd like to continue as well.
That's great. Thank you both. The Athletic Advisory and Policy Committee. I served on that last year with the 2 trustees who stepped down. So to provide some continuity, I would like to remain on that as well. But certainly there are openings. Lisa?
I'm
sorry.
interested as well.
Rich, did you say?
I'd be interested as well.
Okay. Is that okay with everyone? No one shut out? Okay, and finally, the Wellness Committee. That was trustees McCary and Vizza with trustee Jones as an alternate.
I'd like to remain.
Okay,
I'm interested in that one too.
okay.
I think Trustee Vizza is also going to remain on that committee in a different capacity.
Okay, great,
So that will be, another resource for anyone who wants to.
terrific. That's 2, and I think that's okay. If we need an alternate, we could find it at that time. Everyone satisfied with the work they have ahead of them for this year? All right, I thank you all for volunteering further beyond what you've already volunteered for, what we've all volunteered for, which is not a small task. Thank you. Excuse me, let me get back to this. Okay, our next order of business will be our district goals, and for this, I'll hand it off to Dr. Dolan.
Thank you. When the board met on August 2nd, they had a very, very preliminary conversation about the kinds of goals that they would like to pursue. No decisions were made. In fact, some of those decisions will be finalized tonight, and then a document will be prepared identifying what those goals are, and that will be placed on the district website and available for people to review. But you'll hear the conversation tonight about what the board would like to pursue as their annual goals. The items that had been identified as possibilities, still to be refined, include search for an appointment of a new superintendent, continued policy review, third, a critical analysis of instructional program, which as I understand it often appears on there, but in this case, we've already pre-identified AP, IB, and other advanced secondary programs as the area the board would like to look at this year. Fourth, community outreach, focusing on engagement with the community. Fifth, student inclusion and student connectivity with school. And finally, continued development of the strategic plan. That one is an ongoing item. We will continue to do that for as long as the strategic plan exists. So the matter before the board now is to decide whether or not to winnow that down, to identify goals to be pursued this year, and to offer me any direction you want on how you'd like these goals developed.
Thank you. We can hear from trustees, although certainly one of them is implacable, which is the search for an appointment of a new permanent superintendent.
Yeah, and I think policy review is something we do anyway. I'm not sure if it really needs to be a goal. I, of course, would like the critical analysis of the AP and the IB, but I also think, given the student engagement study, I think we really should focus on that and pick up where that study left off. Maybe get more additional help on how to increase student engagement. We had where it was. Let's see how to do that. And I think community outreach is also, a great goal.
I don't want to interrupt. I want to let the other trustees go, but just in terms of following on the policy, just to explain how we do this, there are 9 really areas of policy, and we handle a third of them every year. So within 3 years, we do continuously review our policy manual. So that's what Trustee Russo was correctly referring to. That we would continue that, of course. We wouldn't ignore that. And the policy committee last year was amazing. You did great work, Rich and Andrea. Thank you, and Tim, wherever you are. Okay. Trustee Jones?
So I have to agree, we need to hire a new superintendent. The policy review, I think, will continue as it always does. We've had extensive discussions, and we always have an analysis of some portion of our instructional program, and we had discussed the APIB, so that seems appropriate. I think these other pieces that we're talking about actually fit very well under the strategic plan, right? Historically, with our goals, some portion of the goals need to fall in line with the strategic plan, which has these 3 pillars. And when you talk about student engagement, and I think community connections too, the student engagement really does fit in with the pillar 1, which is the teaching and learning. Pillar 2 is equity for all learners. And the pillar 3 is the social emotional learning. And at this point, we've had multiple instruments indicate that there's reason to be concerned about student engagement. So I think it makes for a very appropriate goal that meets the needs of our students and addresses the strategic plan at the same time.
Thank you. Trustee McCary?
I agree with the student engagement issue. I would like to expand it to also include mental health wellness, because if you're not mentally well, you're not going to be engaged. The two are intrinsically linked. And I think we also have to make sure that we have a broad definition of engagement. We don't want it to just include things like extracurricular activities. We also want it to be that the coursework that the students are doing is engaging. So Bach-Harris, our Challenge Success Survey, we have lots of data that suggests that the students are not engaged in the coursework. They don't feel that it's meaningful. They feel that the homework is rote, and that we see a lot of anxiety as well along with that. So I think it's important that however we phrase the goals, that we look at it from like a big picture perspective. And I do want to add one other thing. In the spring, we spoke somewhat extensively about looking at how what grading systems we were using in the middle school and in the high school. And we talked a little bit about how at the middle school they have A+ and the impact that that might have on student stress. And then we spoke in the high school that they're getting a number, a precise number, 94, 67, and 88, versus a letter grade, and how that precision in what that grade is, working to earn every single point, how that has an impact on student stress and anxiety. So I don't know whether that discussion could be included in how we look at AP, IB, or if that's part of the engagement, mental health, wellness discussion.
Dr. Doyle, I don't know if you think that fits in with one, is a separate issue that we'd have to consider separately. In other words, I don't know if, Andrea, if that's the impact of grading K through 12.
I was really looking at from 6 to 12.
6 to 12.
The impact that has on wellness and student stress.
And I was about to say that it might better fit under the instructional program, but if that is the emphasis that we want to look at, the impact that the point, the chase for the point has, then I would think it would have to be under the expanded student inclusion and student connectivity with school to include mental health. So if that's the focus, then that's where I think it ought to be.
My only concern with that is once you get these goals too big, they become I think once you get the goals too big, they become somewhat unwieldy. So I do agree that the student engagement should look at both extracurricular and academics. The study we did looked at both extracurricular and academics. Certainly what sort of counseling we have for students that would help them get engaged is certainly, I think, part of it. I think if you put in student engagement, mental health, and then you're going into grading, I think that just makes it a little cumbersome. Obviously, mental health will come into the equation, but I think grading is a whole nother ball of wax, and I think that could be looked at separately at another time, because we did have a whole debate over the weighting in the high school as well. So we have, we did change the report cards in elementary school, and there was some concern about when they went to middle school, now they're getting letters, and when they go to high school, they see their first numbers, and it can be a little transitional. So I think it's a conversation that the whole grade calculation and how we treat that is a conversation worth having, but it might be better as a separate conversation. We can even do it as a board topic rather than including it in the goal of student engagement.
Other trustees' thoughts? Sure.
Whittling doesn't look like it's happening much, and I'm not gonna help. I want to speak forcefully in support of the goal of focusing on engagement with the community and improving our community outreach. I think certainly during the campaign that I ran with Lisa this past spring, we heard a lot about engagement with the community not being what it should be. And I think that was a very, very strong message that we heard in this election, and I would really like us to follow up on it.
I agree with both Trustee Mosca and with the applause, although in general, just keep things moving. We want to kind of keep that, if we can, to a minimum, although I wholeheartedly agree with it. I was going to say the same thing. I think it's an independent goal from the rest, but I think that North Shore is a close-knit community. We are kind of in our own little corner up here, and the feeling that so many folks in our community have of separation from our schools, I think is something the district needs to focus on. We all pay taxes here, whether or not we have students. We all are part of the decisions that are made here. It affects all of us. And I think that is very, very important. And I hope that no one is happy to have the degree of division that we seem to have had. So I'd like to see that addressed as well. I don't know if the trustees feel strongly about that or think that it's not our focus or what, but I think if that one is something that we can agree on.
Yeah, I think I said that in the beginning, and I thank you for repeating it, Maria. I think all of those goals that we laid out, the critical analysis, the community engagement, and the student engagement are all things I think we can handle. And I think they should all be included, in our goals. I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's why, Lisa, did you,
Go ahead.
I want to make sure you have an opportunity. Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything that's been discussed. I also think that.
Sorry, is your mic on? I'm sorry.
Is this better? Okay, is that better? I think that the continued development of the strategic plan is also, obviously really important. And I was actually wondering about it was obviously written a few years ago, even though it's a several year plan, but it was written before we got the challenge success survey back and the Black Harrison. So I'm just wondering if we need to revise it a bit to include, we're talking about engagement, which is obviously so important, but to include some of the data that we got from those surveys.
I think the data absolutely informs it. But with the data that we've gotten recently, I do think it fits with the pillars that we outlined. And the data that we just got is not out of line with data that we've gotten in the past in terms of student engagement. Marianne's,
I was going to
Yeah.
say that this was done when Dr. Jurizzo first came to us 4 years ago, and it was developed in the first year he was here. So it's not that old, and it's not intended to list everything, but it's intended to be a more encompassing document under which we put the goals. So I don't feel strongly that the plan itself needs to be amended. I think the goals are what fill the plan, right? The pillars are what supports the table, and then this fills it out, right, when you're doing the goals.
I think that's.
And I agree. I think the pillars are perfect. Even speak to what we found. I was thinking more about the action steps to achieve our strategic plan. That's where I was just wondering, because they're all laid out.
Yes, and that gets evolved, I think, every year when we set the goals. So like at this point, when we're saying student engagement, I think that is how we continue to flesh it out. But to go back to the point a minute ago, there's no question that the community engagement piece is important also. The community and the district are deeply intertwined. We are the largest employer in the district. We have, a vast amount of real estate that we have to maintain for the benefit of the community. So that's absolutely part of our goals.
I just wanted to go back to Andrea's point about the grading, though. I don't really see it as an expansion. I think maybe if it can fit in under action steps, I think that would be a great way to address it. It does feel, I mean, even just as the parent of an elementary student, although not any longer as of a few weeks from now, not that maybe would be an expansion, but the report card for elementary school didn't seem that meaningful. Maybe there should be no grades in elementary, no report cards and just teacher meetings. I'm not proposing that. I'm just saying it is something that's worth review. But I certainly think that at the higher levels, since we are a high achieving district and we want our kids to do well and to be striving to do well. But we don't want it to turn into something that just becomes a path to, lifelong therapy. I think it's a very valuable and important piece for us to look at.
Well, I think the whole idea is that when you look at the surveys, we know students are stressed about work. When they report that they have high levels of anxiety and lack of sleep, they report it as due to the burdens of the workload. And that comes with a pressure to perform. And I think we have to look as an organization, what can we do to mitigate some of that? Does it matter if the student gets an A- versus a 92? To me, if getting the A- makes their life a little less stressful and they're able to get more sleep because they have cushion within a range versus the 92, I think there might be value in that. But that would be something that we would have to explore maybe on the wellness committee. I'm not saying that we have to articulate the grade in the actual district goal, but I think it's something that fits in with this idea of mental wellness and engagement.
Except when you go to apply to college, you need a
Well-
numerical grade. So they kind of have to have an idea
But-
of where they fall, and we don't rank students.
But the specific outcome is not what the board is setting now. The board's setting the goal. The goal, if we all agree, is student engagement. And then the committee work has to look at the research and all of the different ways that you actually affect that. And if a change in grading policy is supported in that, then that would come back to us. But what we need to do now is prioritize the top level goal.
I agree with that. I think that we can, if we prioritize the top level goal is increasing engagement. All the data shows that students are most successful when they are connected to our schools and to our buildings, and to their academic program. I think if we were going to put as a subset of that the impact of grading on that goal, I think that would be a very valuable study, and I think that would probably help us lead into perhaps in a future year a thorough review of our grading policy throughout the district. But at least we'd have the work this year, knowing that the goal was student engagement, to support that endeavor and then lead us into learning what to do about it with what we learned this year. Because I do think you're right. We need to do that study, because I think a lot of people have a lot of different thoughts about grading and the impact and stress. And I think there's a variety of approaches to that, but I think we would all benefit from doing a deep dive into data-driven research to help us understand.
Yes, but part of that is, if engagement is the goal, letting educators look at it too, in terms of like what's known in the research about what the biggest drivers of that are, right? And it could be any number of things, but that's where we need to start.
But I think it's got to be, just to correct, engagement plus mental health, right? Because these students are going into their third school year of a pandemic, right? A third disrupted year. And we know that the mental health issues are paramount, and you can't be engaged in school if you're experiencing symptoms. So I think we have to present the goal as both of those things. And it also ties in with the pillars.
So is this coalescing for you, Dr. Dolan?
Absolutely. Here's what I'm hearing, that continued policy review is the work of the board. It might not be a discrete goal, but it is something that we'll continue to do. And I note that there is a policy committee that would be actively involved in that. Similarly, the continued development of the strategic plan is something we do. And whether we identify that as a goal or not, Sarah's idea of it being the table, the legs upon which, these are the legs and the strategic goal is the table, then the 4 goals that you've identified: search for and appointment of a new superintendent, which was undisputed; critical analysis of the instructional program, AP, IB, and other advanced secondary programs; community outreach, focusing on engagement; and the one that morphed was, what I'd read was student inclusion and student connectivity, but what I'm hearing loud and clear is that needs to be student engagement with a focus on mental health, with perhaps a subset of that study or that goal being determining what the impact of grading policies are on students, particularly at the secondary level. Have I captured it?
I still think it's a little broader than that on the student engagement. There's no question mental health is important, but I'm open to research that we will hear about in this coming year about what is it that really drives engagement. It could be any number of things.
Got it.
And I think it doesn't change anything to keep the word connectivity to the school in there.
Okay. So what I will do is I will try to put a set of goals together for the board's review. If they if I capture what it is that you're after, we could place them on the next agenda. We may need one more opportunity to discuss them, but certainly in the month of September, we could establish these goals, and I think I have enough here to work on.
Okay. Rich, this sounds good to you?
Yep.
All right, great.
I think Dr. Dolan wrapped it up.
Okay, thank you.
perfectly.
Okay, thank you, trustees. We'll now move on to our policy review of policy 1120. Dr. Dolan, you're gonna lead us in this?
It's a fairly simple change. There's a number of language changes, but what this does is it eliminates a requirement that the district clerk serve as the district's records access officer. Those two positions have been linked by policy, and by delinking them, it gives us greater opportunity to fill those positions and have 2 different people doing those 2 different roles.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about that
Is
change?
there something in particular that's driving this change?
I think we'd like to explore the possibility of focusing on those 2 positions and allowing those 2 positions to be discrete.
Other questions or comments? Okay, this is a discussion
First
item. First read.
Yep.
So we'll bring this back for approval.
I have some
Yeah, so please.
specific questions, but I think I also have some general ones too. The records access officer, the workload that we're talking about here, by bifurcating these jobs, it seems to indicate both of these are something of a heavy lift.
Yes. And it's become much heavier. The records access officer of late has become a particularly heavy load and an onerous task.
I'm curious how much time the district has given that we have to review this policy sort of out of order. I'm curious as to how much work this is for the district.
The records access
Yeah.
has, again, it has become a very, very time-consuming and expensive and challenging task within the last year or so. We are receiving many, many foils. They take up a great deal of time. They occupy many people, the records access officer just being the first person, but it is a very, very time-consuming task now.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me with some of my more specific thoughts with the policy. So I have some very specific question under the on the regulation under the designation of officers. That third bullet about compiling and maintaining a detailed current list by subject matter. I wanted to know if we could indicate there that a reference to section 6, which actually defines what that list is. I thought that would make it clearer.
Under
people?
2?
One, designation of officers. There are 3 bullets. One says compile and maintain a detailed current
Yep.
list.
As per section
We then
6.
define that in section 6, so I thought that'd make it easier for people to read.
Got it?
I thought also under the designation of officers, I think, if I understand the law requires that the superintendent be the appeals officer. So I wanted to know if we just wanted to say that so that it was clear to people, like, you know, under the designation of officers, just say the superintendent is the appeals officer.
That will be added.
Under section 3 with access to records, some of this is very specific on the cost, and we address the 25 cents per page, but we don't address what's involved in the law. The Open Meetings Committee on Government says that when you're producing digital records that take more than 2 hours of time, that there can be a charge there. So I don't want this to rule out some of the more recent rulings on the open records. I don't know how exactly to address that in the wording, though.
Understood. I do, I think, and I will try to research what those changes in the law have been that I've just very recently become aware of, and we'll try to include in there such that we're not precluded from charging for electronic data, how that cost could be determined.
Thank you. Under number 3, procedures, it says in writing, either in person or by mail. I believe anecdotally, we've been accepting requests by email. So we should either adjust the policy or adjust our practice, which I don't know what the board feels is more appropriate.
Given that our practice has been to accept by email, I would think that it would be appropriate to
I
continue to
agree.
do so, unless
didn't
anybody
wanna-
objects.
And no one feels differently? Great. That's all I had. I'm sorry. Did anybody else have?
Okay,
You
Got it.
see why I volunteered for the policy
I
committee?
do. Thank you, Trustee Vice President Jones. I appreciate that, and I think that for a first reading, we have what we need. And I think with that, we'll bring it back at our next meeting for approval of this revision. At this point, we will move on to the last discussion item, which again is what I believe many folks from the community are here for. The way this will work, and we structured it so we got the other ones out of the way, so we can move from hearing from the administration, giving trustees an opportunity to ask their questions and offer their comments, and then move directly into public comment, which is again what I believe most folks are here for. So with that scope in mind, Dr. Dolan, I will turn off my mic and hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. In beginning this conversation, one of the documents I looked back on was the very first letter that I sent to this community way back on July 1st. And I note with some chagrin that I predicted a normal opening to school. Back in July, I thought that that was not just a possibility, but a probability. And I think I used the word normal in there a couple of times. That's not the case, because September of 2021 is proving to be very different than I predicted and very different than I know that we all hoped for. Without relying on data or statistics, I think I can identify two important things that are true. There has been a measurable uptick locally and nationally in COVID, and the new variants appear to be impacting people differently. And second, everyone in this room wants our children to be in school in September and to be safe and productive and remain in school. Next week, the district will issue a plan for reopening, and my goals for that plan are simple, and many of you have seen these words before. I want a plan that includes live instruction that is delivered in a safe and sustainable fashion. There are numerous documents that exist to guide us. They're just that, guidance, not mandates, but I will return to that word later. Among the documents are, of course, the Center for Disease Control, State Education Department, New York State Department of Health, but there are others. In the last few weeks, I've maintained correspondence with many parents in the district, and I've met with everyone who has asked to meet with me on this topic. I think I've also responded to every email that I have received up until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and if I missed yours, it was an oversight, I apologize, or I received it late today. Because of those conversations, I've also seen other documents that question some of the recommendations made by others. I've read them all, and I've learned a great deal. There are differing opinions on how to proceed, and that is part of why we are here tonight. Tonight is about the board hearing from the community on this topic, and perhaps other topics too, but it is also about the board discussing this issue among themselves and in public. This is the first such discussion the board has had as a group on this topic, and I say that proudly. This board believes that conversations and deliberations are to be done in public, and the pride I reference is the pride I feel for them and their intent in doing so. In a minute or two, we will begin that discussion and then hear from the community. Tomorrow, I meet with a team of administrators to develop our reopening plan, and I hope to have it done very early next week. But there is a recent development that could still impact our deliberations, and I'd be remiss if I did not bring it up. And that is the reported possibility, even according to some probability, that our new governor will invoke a mandate we would be compelled to follow at some point next week.
We're gonna, if we do, I think we're probably set up for a relatively long meeting as it is. I think the clapping will probably prolong that. So if we could try not to, I understand there's probably more than two sides here, but there'll be lots of opportunities to do that, but I would hope we could pass on them to keep this moving. But thank you.
Thank you. That would be, that decision, if it happens, would be a game changer in terms of the most controversial aspect of our planning, and that is when, how often, and where our students would wear masks. My education on masks has been expanded by my conversations with the people I've interacted with in the last month or so. I've learned something new, something I did not know, and something important that will influence all of our thinking and planning for the rest of my time here. I've learned that masks are not entirely benign. They can negatively impact some students in ways that I was not aware of, and in ways that our schools must address. If, and I repeat, if masks are imposed or a part of any plan that we develop, we have an obligation to help all of our students in minimizing those negative side effects that I know exist. The plan will also address distancing, outdoor education, physical education, lunch protocols, quarantine procedures, and return to school after quarantine. We will begin to complete that work tomorrow based on tonight's conversation and consistent with my goal to return to school that features live instruction delivered in a safe and sustainable fashion. I will now turn it over to the board for their thoughts and ask President Ludmore to start that discussion.
Thanks again, Dr. Dolan. I appreciate that and laying it out for the community. I think the way you framed it is very important for the community and for this board, that this is an opportunity for trustees to be transparent, to share with the community our perspective on this, not on any specific plan, because you don't have a specific plan that you presented to us, but structurally. And as the president of this board, I will go first. I'll put myself out there because I think it's important to be clear with folks about how I feel, and the information and the thoughts I have that will not inform my decision, because that decision will be largely informed by the recommendation made by the administration, but the context within which I see that decision. We've heard, of course, a lot about masks and about other policies that are going on in this that will help frame how we return to school. And the question of choice, which I think is something that most people can agree, freedom and choice are inherently fundamental American principles upon which we rely. We are a free country. We have the right to make those decisions. And this district supports the choice of our students. I was talking with a cousin who has kids upstate, and they have a uniform in their school, and that may work for their school. We don't believe in a uniform. We believe in the choice of students. In our upper levels, our students choose their own course load. We believe in the freedom and decisions of our kids and their families to make those decisions. And we certainly believe in our students and their families' decisions to make health choices that are important that are determined to be important and right for their families. Again, that is an American ideal. That is one of the things that we believe in very strongly. We also all know that there is a fundamental quandary with the question of choice, which is when one person's choice affects and or negates the opportunity of someone else to have their choice. That is something that has been a quandary for societies since we first formed societies. At some point we were all living in caves, and then at some point we decided we had to live in societies. And the state of nature is wonderful, but when one person living in that state of nature decides to take all their neighbor's stuff, suddenly it doesn't work anymore. And we have to acknowledge that there is a role of government in protecting the rights of one against the other. That's also something that's been fundamental here. It doesn't mean that the choice and the freedom that folks have isn't sacred and isn't fundamental, but it does mean that part of what the price we pay for having to live in a society for which there is no other choice is to acquiesce to some degree to a compromise in some of that freedom and that choice. I'm not that old, I will say to myself, for everyone here, but when I went to high school, you could smoke cigarettes in the high school. There was a smoking area. We all did that. Many people did that in high school. And it was just accepted. At some point, that became not the choice of individuals. We have had policies in place here ranging as simply, we all understand, as something that kids who have lice can't come to school, even if they have a big test. A more controversial topic, as long as we're talking about controversial topics, is the question of vaccines. And the state has determined that it is in the interest of the community as a whole to maintain a vaccine requirement. That's not something we have a choice on. That's legally mandated. But the precedent for the government being involved in solving that quandary, as when one person having a choice affects the choices of others, is something that is pretty settled here. I think it's also fair to say, for me, I mean, you saw me chasing around looking for a flag earlier today. It's not comfortable wearing a mask. I don't like wearing a mask. I was sweated for the first 20 minutes of this meeting. My kids are 12 and 14, so we were fortunate enough to get vaccinated. And we took advantage of that. And we went on a trip to Italy right after school ended, which was wonderful. But also walking around Pompeii in 95 degrees with a dripping wet mask is not pleasant. But that is something that's a concession we had to make in order to move forward there. And I think what Dr. Dolan spoke about was really important, that different children and different individuals tolerate masks differently. And the idea that we should make any blanket statements if we are going to require masks, either because that is the determination that the administration recommends, or because, as you say, it does become part of a mandate with the news that is literally breaking within hours of this meeting, that is something that we will address then, but we can't let any student in our schools not be attended to or not be having the opportunity to be taken care of, because we do care about every student here in North Shore. That said, with overall decisions on this, we're going to rely on the administration. I'm going to rely on the administration to rely on the vast amount of directives we have, of medical expertise that is out there, the CDC, the Departments of Health, various other organizations who will help guide that decision. And I think what you also talked about in the CDC recommendation, the main takeaway from the CDC recommendation was not 3 feet social distancing. It wasn't masks. The main takeaway for me from the CDC recommendation was that our students, all of our students, all students in this country and presumably all countries, are best served by being in person, in classes. And so when you talk about creating a live, safe, sustainable environment for our students within which to operate, I think that prioritization is exactly where it should be. That's what our students need. Andrew, you talked earlier about this is now going to be the 3rd year with the disruption. It's kind of incredible. Lisa, you're talking about the strategic plan and how it's getting old. 2 years, we didn't really look at it that much. I mean, it informed us and was important to us, but we've had this interruption that has just changed everything that we've done. And we've been talking about, you can talk about, student engagement, but you also need to talk about how we're going to fit kids on a bus and what happens when that bus driver is sick. And these things have all happened. And so that's very important. The other thing, so I think that's sort of my take on all of that. Before I hand it over to my other trustees, I did want to make one other point, which is that the order that we did this, I hope is taken by the community as a positive. Many districts have come out with their decisions and their plans and their recommendations. We felt it was incredibly important to hear from the community and to hear you all today. I am, again, glad people are here. I really appreciate how much you've listened to a lot of what we've done so far and how respectful it's been. And I look forward to that as well. And I also want to say, given that, it is also not going to be a referendum. It's not going to be about necessarily the loudest voices, whoever that is, and I wouldn't postulate as to who the loudest voices are. But I think it's going to be driven by best practices, by the guidance, and by the science. And although we have heard a lot and we have read every one of the emails we've gotten, we're going to be listening to everything you say here tonight, assuming you're all here. I don't want to assume, but I assume you're all here. Many of you are here to speak tonight, and everyone who's here will get that chance. But it is going to be a decision not based on the volume, but based on the recommendation and best practices that come forward from our administration. We do believe in transparency. We do want to let you know how we feel about things. I've shared what I have to say about this, and I will now turn it over to any other trustee who wants to wade in. Vice President Jones, go for it. Everyone here, everyone there will have a chance.
So absolutely. In the name of transparency, I do think it's important for us to have this discussion, and I really look forward to hearing what everyone has to say. I was going to say that after the state indicated that schools should follow the CDC's guidance, I read it carefully, and I know that all of you did too. And what I was most struck by was the tools that guidance gives us to keep kids in school, which is, I believe, what Dr. Dolan was referring to about safe and sustainable. So as a Board of Education, that as trustees, our goal and our responsibility is to make sure students are learning. And there's really very broad agreement that that's best done in person. So what becomes interesting and tricky in the guidance is that there are really 2 aspects to that, right? It's the role we play in keeping everyone healthy, students and staff, but it is also the role we play in keeping students and staff out of mandatory quarantine. Because regardless of whether the guidance on our rules is a mandatory mask mandate that could come down from the governor in the next couple of weeks, or whether it's merely guidance, the Department of Health's rules on close contacts and quarantining are going to be enforced based on the guidance that we've received. And minimizing those quarantines is just as important. Last year, we had 211 students test positive, but we had far, far more students impacted by the quarantine rules. And so I think that has to be as much of our thinking as anything else. So we know we're not infectious disease experts. I think we are very fortunate, really, that the CDC guidance was as clear and specific as it was, and that the state guidance that then came out more recently absolutely parallels what the CDC said. So that's helpful to us in being able to keep kids out of quarantine, if nothing else. I think what's going to be challenging to us is when you look at all of the guidance past the mask mandates and trying to adhere to all the guidance with some fidelity, where any given person is likely to prefer some parts of the guidance over other parts. I don't think we're really in a position to sort of pick and choose which parts we do and don't like if the goal is to keep kids in school. So for instance, the guidance means that we can go to only 3 feet between students, right? That's half of what we had to deal with before, and that would make a tremendous impact on our instructional program. But then you need masks. Vaccinated people wouldn't need to quarantine if they were close contacts, but then you have to make sure they get tested. You don't need masks outdoors, which is good because we certainly need to avoid high-risk activities indoors, eating, running around, especially given where we are with our large spaces. But then you need to figure out how to get high-risk activities outdoors. I also think we're really fortunate in a lot of ways when you read this guidance, in that we can leverage our experience with outdoor learning and our investments in canopies, our investments in Wi-Fi, to ensure that we have plenty of time outside for kids to be out of their masks. The guidance is specific about mask indoors. It's not about mask outdoors. We could move forward with the next step with lunch and even breakfast, so that we're possibly even serving and eating outside. We've talked a lot about silver linings that we've learned out of the past year, and I wanted to say, it's very specific, but I was really struck by a speaker at last year's middle school graduation who talked about how much easier it was to eat with your friends when the eating occurred outside. And so we've got investments and knowledge that we've gained that I think we can really capitalize on this coming year to make this a positive and easy experience for the kids within the guidelines. I think we can also leverage our experience with ventilation. Specifically, we've got this very specific experience with CO2 monitors, right, which is a measure of how much outside air we're getting into the buildings. And I think that experience with the CO2 monitors would let us do a better job on days with bad weather in 2 ways. Both that you can ensure we're getting enough outside air in to be healthy, but also that when the weather is bad, that you don't overdo it either, right? So that like it's as comfortable in the classroom as it can be and still maintain the healthy ventilation rates, that you don't need more ventilation than you need either. But that would require us to make a little bit more of an investment in the CO2 monitors, which are fortunately not a huge ticket item at all. But that's the kind of thing that I think can give us this safe, sustainable learning and still address a lot of parents' concerns about what day-to-day life is for their kids. I think we can probably do a better job on passing on what we know about the latest science and information to people. But my open-ended questions are really about how we're going to handle cohorts and what our thoughts are about testing, because both of those are really huge sections of the guidance from the state and the CDC. And we dealt with cohorts last year, but with the change to 3 feet, that could impact what we plan to do. So I'm interested in that, and we've had no discussion on testing at all. And I think all of this, a little bit of the frame of this too is a lot of the CDC's guidance is based on what the level of transmission is in your district where you live. And we should be clear that we live in a county where there are high levels of transmission. That's the CDC's top level. Low, moderate, sustained. We are at high levels of transmission, and that does impact what the guidance says we should do. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Jones. I think it's, I'm not going to comment on everyone, but I just want to say that when you think about where we were when this first started, and we said, oh, we'll close for a couple days, and where that led to us. And then last year, with the knowledge we had trying to get through the school and successfully opening the schools for the most part, K through 8 every day, and keeping the kids at the 9 through 12 and hybrid until the end, but they were able to open up. It was certainly a vast progression. And I think leveraging that information to do even better this year is a huge point. Thank you. Other trustees? Trustee Galati?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
really
sorry,
have-
just pull that mic right in.
Sure. Thank you. I don't want to rehash what President Ludmore and Vice President Jones had to say, but I do agree with what they brought up. I think we all believe that our prime focus is presenting a safe environment for our children to learn in, and the best way to do that is to keep them in school continuously. And I think we really need to look carefully at what the guidance is. And again, not necessarily a mandate, but what the guidance from people who have studied this and are in the know. So I think that we don't take this lightly. None of us do. This has consumed a lot of our time, and that's in no way a complaint, but I just want people to realize that this is not something that any of us have taken lightly, and we have really thought about this seriously. But ultimately, we're looking for a nice, smooth, hopefully, transition back to school for everyone in class, with the safety of our students, our faculty, staff as a prime concern.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Rich. It's so different being a trustee and feeling responsible for an entire organization versus feeling responsible for my daughter. And I have to say, sometimes she's not vaccinated. I let her walk around without a mask. But it feels so much harder to make that decision for this organization. And reading probably 100 emails that came through in the last 24 hours, I came to realize what a privilege it is to have a child who does not have a health issue. And I want to make sure, Tom, that we really consider everybody in the system, all stakeholders. We're talking a lot about students, but there are teachers, custodians, bus drivers who have serious health issues themselves, or their family members have those health issues. And I want to make sure that we protect them.
Thank you. Lisa, please.
I agree with what all four trustees have said so far. And, I just think that I feel like our role here is to support the administration. They did such a good job last year in keeping our students safe and in-person learning, which is really of the utmost importance. So I trust that the administration will do the right thing in order to have that safe, sustainable in-person learning. And, and again, I agree with what the other trustees have said.
Thank you. Trustee Muska, thank you.
I remember what it was like sitting out there and waiting my turn to speak, so I will also try to keep it short. I am in complete agreement with everything I've heard and can't possibly be more eloquent about it. I just want to add a couple of things. Thanks to all of you. I want to add my thanks to you for being here, because most of the time there are maybe 2 or 3 people out there, so keep it up. Maybe not in these numbers, but keep it up. Because we will go home really late tonight, but all of us. I do want to say that one thing that has been, dear to my heart in this past really tough year has been the idea, the execution, that is, of outdoor learning. And I think that all of our schools have, and our administrators and our faculty and all the support people and the students have embraced that, by and large. Most of them have embraced it and shown how well it can be done, particularly at the elementary and middle school levels. It was a joy to, grill my daughter every day after school and say, okay, how much time were you outside? And most of the time it amounted to half the day. And that seemed very significant to me. I was definitely somebody who very seriously considered staying home for remote learning because I really wanted her outdoors as much as possible. So I think that that is a lesson that we have learned how to do it well. And although we've also learned, what some of the problems are, and we can address a lot of them, we can get better at it, and it will certainly ease the mask issue, in my opinion. Having that time when masks are not necessarily required is really an important piece of going forward and knocking this thing out of the park once and for all. I do tend to feel we relaxed a little bit too soon, and we're paying the price now. So I'm eager to support Tom, you and all of your colleagues in coming up with the best plan. I think you've got the right words: live, safe, sustainable, and I think a really big piece of that can be the lessons we learned, that we know how to do it well now, and we know what to do to make it even better. Thank you.
For me, I'm going to share a personal story that I don't often share. I happened to mention it to some of my fellow trustees last week. When my child was 14 years old, she was helping her grandpa build a deck, and she didn't feel well that day, and I picked her up. It was summer, it was hot. You think, kids, it's just a virus, right? The next day, she was running 104.3 fever. I rushed her to my doctor, who told me, get in the car, we're calling ahead to Manhasset Pediatrics ICU, Pediatrics ER. I took her there. Long story short, she was in the ICU. They didn't know what was wrong with her. The doctor came in and said to me, we're putting her on a broad spectrum of antibiotics. And I said, but she's going to be okay, right? I mean, she's 14 years old. Yesterday, she was swinging a hammer and being her grandpa's gopher. And the doctor looked me in the eye, and everyone was masked up, and you couldn't come in to her room. She was in isolation, and said to me, I don't know. 2.5 days, I sat with my daughter, and I didn't know she was going to make it. Now, I am watching the news. I am watching these pediatric wards fill up with children in Florida and Texas, to the point where the superintendent in Broward County has defied the governor. Houston has imposed a mask mandate. Austin has imposed a mask mandate. I'm reading the news. Bus drivers don't want to drive buses because the kids aren't wearing masks. You don't know what it's like to be that parent in the pediatric ICU, hoping your kid makes it. And I don't want you to be that parent. And I don't want anyone in this room to have to go through that experience, or their child. At least I could be with my child. Your child will be alone. Now, I understand the masks are difficult. I do. I wouldn't want to have to wear it all day either. I don't think our faculty likes wearing it all day either, or our cooks, or our monitors, or anyone. But we have to, what the CDC talks about is a layered approach, right? So it's distancing, it's vaccination, it's mask. I did ask Dr. Dolan to look into the plexiglass that we had around the desks. Maybe that could alleviate some of the mass time, if we could reinstall those, I don't know. They'll come up with a plan. But I don't have a child in this school anymore. I don't. But your children are my children. And I would not do anything differently for your children than I would do for my children to keep them safe. And if one of your children ends up in that pediatric ICU because I didn't do my job, I would be as devastated as I was 11 years ago when my child was in that pediatric ICU. So I'm going to put my faith in the science. I am going to put my faith in our superintendent and our administrators, our healthcare providers here in this district, and whatever those recommendations are that are going to keep your children safe, I'm going to follow.
I want to thank, hold on, everyone. Marianne, thank you. That is not easy to tell that story to any room, to anybody, including a room this size. I want to thank all the trustees for letting us know how you feel. Anyone can share more if they want, but I also want to take this moment. Yes, the trustees have all shared our thoughts, but it is very important to realize that there are four other people on this day, yes, who are all parents as well, and that these decisions are ones you take equally seriously. Dr. Dolan is new to the district. I am extremely grateful that you are here. You could have certainly been running umpire clinics full time and not well, the umpiring analogy, but not being here to work with us. But I am glad that you are here. I am glad that you are offering your expertise, and I am glad to know that when you make these decisions, it is with the care for the kids of this district, as if you have been here for decades. And I also need to thank Chris and Olivia as well. I see the way you've grappled with this. I see the decisions you've made. I see the way you've, in your respective roles, whether it's, financial or whether it's educational, but always with students' interest best in mind. That is what we're doing here. That's what we're trying to figure out. And all three of you as administrators and as people exemplify that model. And we appreciate it. I hope the community appreciates it as well. Anyone else up here want to contribute before I lead us into public comment?
I don't want to interrupt public comment. Once we start with that, I do want to indicate that the CO2 is like at 8:30, and I'm just wondering if there is anything we could do before we start public comment to open doors or create more cross ventilation.
Are the exterior doors? Are the exterior doors open? They're not. Can they be? Oh, it's really hot out there. Well, I think we need to compromise at least a little bit.
Really hot?
Yeah. Let's.
Open the doors.
John, let's compromise and open a couple doors, and we'll proceed. While they're doing that, I'm going to proceed to go into public comment. I can be accused of speaking quickly, as maybe some of you have known. I'm going to continue that right now, just to read the boilerplate that we put on our agenda so we all are aware of the parameters for public comment. This is from our policy, and this has been in place for many years. It's not new for tonight at all. Is everyone okay if I just continue? We're almost there. Not that we haven't been there already discussing this, but we're almost at the part where we are looking forward to hearing what you have to say. The board encourages public participation on school-related matters at board meetings. To allow for this participation, a period of time shall be set aside at intervals during each board meeting. Persons wishing to address the board shall state their name, town of residence, the name of any organization represented, and if any group or organization wishes to address the board, they have to identify a single spokesperson. Presentation should be as brief as possible. We would like to try to keep them to 3 minutes tonight. It's not going to be at that exact word, but Betty, if you could let me know when 3 minutes is up for speakers, and we'll bring it to closure, just because, again, 30 people times 3 minutes, people walking up and down is at least a couple hours, which we're very much up for if that's what it is, but we will make sure everyone is heard from. Speakers may comment on any topic related to district business. I want to be clear, It doesn't just have to be about master reopening. You can ask us about anything you want. This is public comment, and we're here to hear what you have to say. However, the board will not permit in public session discussion involving any individual district personnel or students. All speakers are to conduct themselves in a civil manner. Obscene language, libelous statements, threats of violence, statements advocating racial, religious, or other forms of prejudice will not be tolerated. Persons making a presentation at the board meeting will address the remarks to the president, to me, and may direct questions or comments to board members or other district officials only upon my approval. Board members and the superintendent shall have the privilege of asking questions of anyone who addresses the board. The president shall be responsible for the orderly conduct of the meeting and shall rule on such matters as the time to be allowed for public discussion and the appropriateness of the subject being presented. And of course, I have the right to discontinue any presentation which violates that policy. We give precedence to residents to speak first, again, about any topic. We have our security staff here who is awesome as always and will help us keep people moving through, including, I don't know if anyone is in the overflow room in the cafeteria, but certainly they're welcome too. I hope you're able to hear us clearly. And with that, I will invite the first speaker up to the podium. Please state your name and town of residence.
My name is Jerry Romano. I'm from Seacliff. I want our school board to be successful, okay? I really do. You may not think that from the communications that we have with you, but the thing is, you can't be successful if you don't follow the laws of New York State and you don't follow federal law. This document here, it talks about your executive session. You just can't sit there and say pending or current litigation. You have to tell us what it's about. You don't have to tell us the details. Litigation about what, okay? You're supposed, open meeting law in New York State says you're supposed to publish the meeting minutes 2 weeks after the meeting. So 2 weeks after this meeting, they're supposed to be published. Not when they're approved by you. You could publish a draft meeting. There's nothing in any New York State law that says the meeting minutes have to be approved by the board, okay? You violated privacy laws in New York State. You gave the president of the teachers union, all the people in this room and others, their phone numbers so the teachers can call them to go out and vote for the budget. The only reason I know it was a violation of privacy laws in New York State is because your lawyers wouldn't give me the list when I saw that you gave it to the teachers union president. So now there's a formal complaint with the chief privacy officer in New York State right now that's going on because you gave that list. It's also a violation of FERPA, which is the federal privacy laws. You've also violated real property tax law 1318 in New York State. I won't read what your lawyer said last week, but he told you right here in the other room that the money that you kept, the $1,361,000 that was left over, that you didn't know what you were going to spend it on, you said, oh, we think we'll spend it on a sign, or we'll spend it on this, and we'll spend it on that. Well, the year had already ended. The year ends June 30th. You were supposed to decide what you were going to do with the extra money by June. Not after June, not 3 months after June, by June. You were supposed to vote on it. You weren't allowed to keep that money. That money's supposed to go to the tax levy. By next week, I filed a legal action with the education commissioner to stop you from spending that money. It's our money.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romano.
So not only do I want you to be successful, everybody in this room and everybody in this room wants you to be successful. So please comply with the laws. Thank you.
So I think that we appreciate those comments. Last meeting, you said you were happy with our transparency, so it's been a bit of a bad couple of weeks for us, but hopefully we can get back on track with you. Certainly when we're in those executive sessions, for example, we're talking about a confidential student matter. I don't know where you're saying that anyone in the community has a right to hear that. If the community is consulting with our lawyers on a case about a particular pending litigation, I don't know where you're saying that has to be disclosed to the community. If you're suspicious that we're not following the rule and we're using that as an excuse to say something else, why would we say it in the first place? So I don't really understand that. And I further would say to folks, we talked a lot about trying to improve the relations between the community and the board, and that certainly will be an area that we're going to address. But I would also caution everyone out there that although we are more hamstrung in our ability to respond to accusations and things, because we do follow legal precedent, certainly goes without saying to everyone that just because someone says something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Next person coming to the podium. Hello and welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, just the name and town of residence,
Sure.
please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Bani Azari. I'm a resident of Glen Head, and my children attend the North Shore schools. I'm also a board-certified physician of internal medicine and cardiology. I regularly care for COVID-19 patients and COVID-19 long haulers in both the inpatient and outpatient settings on Long Island. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone at the North Shore School District for making last year's reopening a success. The safety measures implemented prevented mass outbreaks and prevented permanent school closures. Unfortunately, we now understand last year's efforts were just a practice run. COVID-19 infections are rapidly rising in our area due to a more contagious variant than has ever been seen before. The Delta variant has been shown to be more severely affecting children, and pediatric cases and hospitalizations are now higher than they have ever been in this pandemic. Meanwhile, children under 12 are not eligible for any vaccine to protect against COVID-19 infection. However, there is hope. It has been proven that mask wearing does prevent the spread of infection. In particular, universal mask use can prevent the spread of COVID-19 infection and outbreaks, making it possible for schools to remain open for in-person learning. In school districts who've already opened, where mask use was left up to parents' choice, COVID outbreaks occurred and in-person school was quickly closed. This is not the outcome any of us want. It has also been said that children do not easily catch or spread COVID-19. However, when studied, children are shown to be the primary origin for spread to their households as well as other childcare settings. It has been argued that COVID-19 does not affect children and rarely causes death in children, so there's no need for prevention measures. While pediatric death rate is low, COVID-19 is twice as deadly as the flu. What is often omitted in this discussion are the other COVID effects that are seen in children. Multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, or MIS-C, is an inflammatory syndrome that develops weeks after a mild or even asymptomatic case of COVID, often requiring hospitalization. Additionally, about 10% of children infected with COVID will have long-haul COVID symptoms. These children have months of excess fatigue, confusion, headaches, forgetfulness, brain fog, as well as ongoing loss of taste or smell, or worse, phantom tastes and smells. These symptoms, while considered mild, are devastating to young athletes who can't participate in sports. Children who see their grades fall and they'll struggle to keep up. And if you think it's hard to get your kids to eat now, imagine how it is when they state that everything tastes and smells like burning garbage. This is a direct quote from the 7-year-old son of a patient of mine who is still experiencing this 4 months after a mild infection.
We're at 3 minutes. I have a closing sentence.
Many here have talked about how there are recommendations, and the word recommendation has been picked up by the mask choice movement, as it is not the same as required. However, the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics do not have the authority to implement mask mandates. Unfortunately for you, Albany and Nassau County have advocated their responsibility and thrust this decision on the North Shore School Board. It is not fair to put the weight of this decision on any of you, but often making the right decision can be hard and it can be unpopular. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still the right decision.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry Glassman, Old Brookville. I sent a letter to the board. Probably most of you read it, but I figured I'll just follow the cardiologist since I'm an intensive care unit nurse in cardiology. Something that the president of the board had said, that when a child has lice, they have to go home. Or another thing you said is, we used to be able to smoke when those of us were younger, but you're not allowed to smoke anymore in public places because you're affecting the health of somebody else. So when your choice affects somebody else's health, it's not really a fair choice, is it? I feel very strongly that masks should be mandated in all schools, at least until this virus is controlled. a goal that we will not reach if people cannot step up and do the right thing to protect each other and especially our children. I'm just going to give you a very quick science lesson, and it's quick and I'll be done. Viruses need a host, you and I, to spread. They can't move on their own. Masks are one step in controlling this movement and the infectiousness of the virus. The more a virus circulates, the more it mutates. This is the point. It doesn't matter how young or healthy the children are. It matters that they can spread the virus and get sick themselves. The more a virus mutates because we keep spreading it, the more likely it's to become a variant. And these variants, as we're seeing now, can mutate and start evading the actions that we've taken to protect ourselves. Lastly, when the variant keeps spreading, it is given the opportunity to mutate and become a new strain that has new biologic capabilities. Clearly, this is something we want to avoid. A vaccine is the first line of defense, and I'd encourage every adult in the school district who can be vaccinated safely to be vaccinated. For our children, the first line of defense is masking. Wearing a mask is not comfortable. Try wearing a mask for 12 hours in the intensive care unit on top of everything else we have to wear. Breathing and moving on every day, all day. None of us have died because of our masks. None of us have gotten sick because of our masks. They've protected us. Wearing a mask is not comfortable, but COVID-19 is even more uncomfortable. Bringing COVID-19 home and perhaps infecting your loved ones and vulnerable people is even worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, my name is Adam Friedberg. I'm a resident of Seacliff, and I've been living in North Shore School District since 2009. These past 18 months have been difficult on so many levels, and COVID has touched all of us in one way or another. Some of us have lost loved ones. Some of us have lost jobs and businesses, weddings, birthday parties, and so many other events that make up the rhythm of our lives and are so easy to take for granted have been canceled. Friendships have been tested, and some of those friendships have sadly broken. But there have been bright spots as well. I, for one, am tremendously proud to live in a district that remained open to in-person learning when the vast majority of districts around the country went remote. Remote school is the worst. The worst. I'm the proud father of two daughters who will be entering 5th and 7th grades this year. I love them very much, but I do not want to again attempt working from home while they attend video classes, isolated from their friends and teachers. It's not healthy for anyone. I hate masks. I hate wearing them, and I hate seeing my children in them. I hate finding them all over my house and all over my car. Put me down as a firm anti-masker. However, I am an even firmer anti-remote schooler. We need to do everything within our power to keep our kids in classrooms. And at this point in time, the CDC and medical professionals around the world are stressing that masks are one of the simplest ways to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I hope the board will follow the advice of the professionals and continue to do everything possible to keep the schools open. When the facts change, so should the policy. Unfortunately for now, masks are an important tool to keep our schools open. Thank you all for your service and for doing everything that you can. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm sure you can hear me. Most of you know me, Paul Pasculja from Glen Head. Fortunately for you, I'm not going to talk about the mask issue. Tonight, I want to discuss capital projects. I'm holding up a list of the district's capital projects taken from the district's independent audit report. There are 49 projects on this list totaling over $40 million. On March 22nd, I submitted a FOIL request for information related to 6 of those projects. And New York State FOIL law requires that you respond within 20 days. On April 26th, the district lawyer sent me a letter saying they needed an additional 30 days to gather the information. On May 20th, I emailed the district lawyers that the additional 30 days had passed and inquired as to the status of my FOIL request. The district lawyers told me they needed another 30 days to gather the information. Then on June 21st, the district lawyers emailed me again that they needed additional 30 days to gather the information and would have it to me by July 16th. That's 4 months later than the original request. I received the information on July 16th, and as I started to review it, things didn't add up. For example, one of the projects was for door repairs. According to the capital projects schedule, you budgeted $125,000 for door repairs and spent $82,000 for the repairs. The information provided showed that the repair cost was only $56,000. You budgeted $125,000, you say you spent $82,000, and you only could produce an expense for $56,000. Another project was the Victorian House. By the way, this Board of Ed told the public that the Victorian House was going to be paid for through donations, which raises the question of why was it even a capital project? According to the schedule, you budgeted $474,000 and spent $446,000. The materials in the FOIL request only had an expense of $52,000. On July 19th, I emailed the district lawyers, the superintendent, and the Board of Ed inquiring about the information that was provided. On July 30th, the district lawyer sent me a letter saying I got everything that was required in the FOIL request and considered it closed. If I disagreed, I could appeal it to the FOIL appeals officer, who, as you know, because you discussed it tonight, is the superintendent. $125,000 budgeted to repair doors that only cost $56,000, over budgeted by over 50%. You might want to take a fresh look at who's estimating your projects. Where is the $70,000 of the over budget? On August 2nd, I sent the appeal to Dr. Dolan, and Dr. Dolan responded that more information was forthcoming.
Paul, it's 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just about done. So it's going to take 7 months to provide information on 6 projects. What's going on over here? Over budgeting, the inability to answer a simple FOIL request. North Shore spends 30% more per student than surrounding districts. The level of inefficiency and waste of taxpayer money is inexcusable. Taxpayers of this community deserve a lot better.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Again, with the comments on masks and students' health, I think it's very important to allow people to express themselves, and I really don't have a lot of plans to comment on those things. I'm not going to respond to all the things that Mr. Piskuljian has said either. If I was sitting in that audience and I wasn't aware of the details of what was going on, I too would be very frustrated by what he had said. But I would also just like to quickly clarify the most recent FOIL requests. There were how many hundreds of pages required?
One we're working on right now is 30,000 pages that we need to review and redact information. And the one that Mr. Piskuljian mentioned now, I actually ruled in his favor and ruled that there was some information that had been withheld that I believe, as the FOIL appeals officer, should be given to you. So I actually ruled in your favor, Mr. Piskuljian, and we're going to get that information to you within the time frame that I promised.
I don't think the idea of asking questions anyone disagrees with. That's why we have FOIL laws. We believe in the transparency. We've put so much more information, as you've recognized, on the site and for the public. For this meeting, there were documents that were available online that we're doing that we've never had before the last couple months when we went to a new system. I think the asking of the questions is fair. I think the supposition that because we haven't given the answers in the way that you want, or because you haven't gotten them, that therefore, aha, it's fraud, is something that would be something that we have specific auditors who look at those invoices, every single one, and the purchase orders, and they match them up, and they see where all the expenses are. We have 3 levels of auditing that go through those things. So while I don't know, I haven't looked at the specific documents you're talking about, the Victorian House expenses, obviously we are the North Shore Schools Board of Education, although that building was built many, many years ago before we were here, and of course with much labor from our actual students who put that together, is my understanding. But again, I would caution folks, there are good questions to ask. I'm glad you're looking into it. There's no problem with that. But drawing or leaving those assumptions necessarily isn't something with which I concur. But we'll move on to the next questioner, and name a town of residence. And that did not count as part of your 3 minutes, even though you're up there.
Elaine Neese, Seacliff. I'm not a doctor or a scientist or anything like that. I'm just a mom of a ingoing 11th grader. And just to touch on what was spoken about before about the outdoor learning, which sounds great, but as my son was in 10th grade, he didn't have one single class that was outside last year, not one. And I'm grateful that he had a job, because on those off days, he went to work and made money, because everything else to me and for him was a joke last year. The education, he didn't learn a thing. That's next point. I do my own research. That's all I can do, because I'm not a doctor or a lawyer or a scientist. But a recent Johns Hopkins study revealed that less than 2% of $42 billion at NIH went to COVID research. Of that 2%, 0 went to clinical studies of masks on children. 0. That should enrage every adult in this room and the community. That should bring us all together demanding sound and scientific answers. Who's really looking out for our children, the well-being of our children? What we do know from independent studies is mask wearing often results in mouth breathing. Mouth breathing can result in mouth deformities and elongated faces. We do know that facial expressions are crucial to human connection, especially in young children. We do know that mask wearing can increase anxiety, depression, and for those with teenagers, acne. The fact that the NIH hasn't used a dime to study these long-term effects is alarming, and instead of dividing this community and the vicious name-calling, we should be united to get answers for the sake of our children. As our elected school board, and us just being little fish in a big pond, I mean, I can email my legislators all I want and nothing will happen, but you're a school board. You should be advocating for us and for our children in this community and demand answers at a state level of why these studies of long-term mask wearing haven't been done for our children.
Hold on, I'm going to just pause this timer and ask security to find out what that's all about while we continue. Sounds like someone just trying to get in. I'm sure it's not anything larger than that. But here we go. Ms. Neese, I apologize. I mean, I don't apologize for someone knocking on the door, but please continue.
That's all right. I just feel that you know, the answers, somebody should be searching for the answers for our children, because it's the youngest that is at stake. This goes beyond masks. And I ask you, the school board, to please do your part for the whole of the community and help us get answers from the state and from NIH and any other agency that should be doing these studies of what the mask wearing is having, the effect that it's having on our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take I'll just make a brief motion to recess, because I don't want anyone to be distracted from folks that are asking questions, just to briefly figure out what's up. Yeah, if everyone could just kind of stay in place, and hopefully it'll be brief. I'm just gonna go check it out. Okay, it was someone at the wrong door who's hopefully found the correct door. So we will start up again, and here we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, please.
I'm sorry, before I left, I mean, this isn't your time, don't worry. I will address that advocacy issue again because while I've focused on state officials, in previous jobs, I've had great relationships with United States congressmen, notably Steve Israel. And I will certainly bring to Tom Swazi's attention some of the data that I've just heard. It is concerning, and I will follow up on that.
All right, just name and town of residence, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Sure. My name is Karen Raisin Nyland. I live in Seacliff, and I've had the very great honor of being an elementary teacher at Glenhead School for 25 years. Last year was the most challenging year of my professional life. My colleagues and I recreated the classroom and the ways we taught. We worked to support the newly complicated social and emotional needs of our students as they dealt with the pandemic. We reimagined ways to grow rainforests, travel back in time, and shoot off into outer space, all within the walls of our school. It took an enormous amount of hard work, patience, and ingenuity, and every teacher I knew pushed themselves to their creative limits. But do you know what was not hard? Mask wearing. It became a very simple routine for our children within a week. Our K-5 children wore their masks easily, maturely, and responsibly. As a side benefit, we no longer saw nail biting, pencil chewing, or nose picking. Classes were healthier than ever before. Children learned to articulate through their masks and to be heard. The children spent a lot of time talking about and understanding why they were wearing masks. They knew they were doing their role in keeping the community safe. They knew how to ask for breaks, and we did spend a great deal of time outdoors in the elementary school. And by wearing their masks, they did keep us safe. There was no spread of the disease within our school. The students were my superheroes last year. Their willingness to wear masks so bravely allowed us to have live instruction. It was for our superheroes that the teachers exhausted themselves physically and emotionally. And it is for our little superheroes that we eagerly return to school in 2 weeks. But to do so unmasked, that is asking too much. While I eagerly go to work every day, I also eagerly return home to my 9-year-old son, who is not yet old enough to be vaccinated. I return to my husband, who is an asthmatic. I return to my aging parents. I love my job and I love my students. That does not stop the scientifically supported fact that working with the unmasked will dramatically increase the odds I will bring the virus home to my family. I have dedicated 25 years of my life to this district. But asking me to work in an unmasked setting with unvaccinated children is asking too much. One more point I would like to make is that if we are unmasked, we most certainly will go remote again, as they have done in districts that have already opened this year, and as the virus spreads and we need to quarantine. From a teaching standpoint and from an economic standpoint, we cannot go backwards like that. Society needs schools to be open to function economically, intellectually, and emotionally. I respectfully ask you to make mask wearing mandatory until the science has changed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren Fisher. I live in Seacliff. I have 2 little children, and one was an incoming kindergartner. So it's actually really perfect for me to kind of piggyback after Karen. Last year, my son had the most amazing experience at Seacliff School. He loved school so much. I've been sending him to an overpriced camp all summer, and every day he just wants to go back to school. I felt incredibly comfortable sending him because of the universal masking. I was very nervous at the beginning of last year, and our numbers are obviously much worse now, so it's even more nerve-wracking. And when he would come home, almost every single day, I would have to say, buddy, you can take your mask off now. He forgot he was wearing it. It was just part of him. Even now, off the camp bus, I have to, oh, you don't have to wear it in the house. Oh, okay. It became a habit that was really not a problem whatsoever for my child. I realize not every child is the same, but he left that year loving his teacher, loving his school, loving his classmates, feeling incredibly bonded, reading and doing math. I mean, they really did a lot of stuff. And he's so eager to go back. And the thought that we might not go back with universal masking, and so we might have to go through quarantines and the disruptive, for the parents as well. I'm a working mother. It is very unsettling for me. Personally, I'm also a high school teacher in a local district. I teach in Jericho High School. And so I saw every day what the high school was like. And we were in daily earlier than you guys. And the kids were fine. I know that there are isolated students out there. I did home instruction for one student who had problems with his mask. He had a lot of other issues as well. But for the vast majority of our students, we can make this a very pleasant and wonderful experience for them and give them the education that they need, the community that they need, and make sure that their health and well-being is the first thing in our community, right? That is why we're here, for our students, for our children. I know that's why you're all here. So I don't want to take up too much time. I know you all know the science. Please keep our community safe. Thank you.
I went to Jericho High School. Roger Friedman, Seacliff. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm not going to be redundant. I do urge the board and the administration to follow the guidance of the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, who both recommend masks for all students regardless of vaccination status. Yada, yada, yada. The Delta variant is way more transmissible. Thousands of children and teachers are already in quarantine in places without mask mandates, or where mask wearing is optional, and we don't want this to happen at North Shore. We want kids in school, and I applaud you for making last year a full-on in-person year. I think what I just want to say about this is that, to Marianne's point, it's well documented that a collective approach is far more effective than individualistic approach in defeating the pandemic. Masks only work if everybody wears them, and it's part of a layered approach with distancing and ventilation and all of that. So I applaud you for your bravery in telling that story. Thank you very much. In closing my mask portion of my 3 minutes, I will say that there's been a false choice presented in the debate about mask wearing. It goes something like this: freedom from tyranny means being able to choose to wear a mask or not wear a mask. That is not the choice, and in this case, that is not what freedom is. In this case, the virus is the tyrant, not the government or the school board, and freedom from the virus means we need to wear masks and get vaccinated. Until everyone gets on board with that reality, no one will be free from the tyrant of COVID-19 and this more transmissible Delta variant and whatever variants may come after. And then just to respond to some of the other members of the community, Mr. Romano's claims about the school board violating real property tax law have been repeated ad infinitum at every board meeting I've ever been at. They have been answered time and time again, but he still goes on and repeats them. But just because he repeats them does not mean that they are true. Mr. Paskoljian's, I would like to say to the community that Mr. Paskoljian's MO is to come to these meetings, spout out a ton of items that no one can fact check on the spot, but when fact checked, they are always wrong. I urge people to do their own research. And I would add that from what I can tell by looking at the district's financial statements, that these FOIL requests and legal actions that have been instituted by Mr. Paskoljian and Mr. Romano have actually cost the district over $52,000 in legal fees. And that sounds like it's continuing to go up on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Shannon Herman.
I'm sorry, I have a sort of tie-up, but is it possible to wear the mask while we're talking?
Sure.
Thank
I know
you.
I'm extremely far from you. My name is Shannon Herman. My son is 6 years old, and he's going into first grade. And I could tell you right now that he absolutely hates wearing his mask. And I could tell you that I sit in a room with some people that are wearing 2 masks and probably vaccinated. I don't believe that masks work to help with COVID-19. And I could sit here and quote doctors and scientists, but you're only going to believe your doctors and your scientists because we're clearly divided in this subject. But what I'm going to leave with you saying is a child's nose is so small, the mask doesn't even fit them correctly. It falls off their nose constantly, and all they do is pick it up. I watched my son and his classmates play and constantly touch their face. My son's mask is soaking wet and has crumbs of food inside of it. If we believe that this is helping against COVID-19, a mask with a minion on it is going to prevent COVID-19. And if that's your parental choice, good for you. But it's not mine, and it's my son, and I will fight until I get my way, because I have had it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Karen Barnaby, Seacliff. I graduated Jericho High School in 1961. I just want to say my son is an ER doc for the Northwell system. His wife is a pediatric nurse. They have gone through hell this past year, taking care of very, very sick people. My son also is on a team with Northwell that crunches all the data on a daily basis almost. And what they've come up with is that masks work. We know this. Every one of you was born in a delivery room, likely with doctors and nurses wearing masks. You did not come into this world with people not wearing masks. There have been many wonderful demonstrations of masks of people coughing into a petri dish with a mask and coughing into a petri dish without a mask. And it looks like this, all right? The one on the side was coughed into without a mask. This was coughed into with a mask. Masks work. What kind of mask? Yeah, exactly. In a controlled environment.
Just please continue.
I would ask also all of you here that have children in school, how many colds did you have in the past year when everybody was wearing masks? How many kids came home with colds or some other kind of viral illness? I think we've never been healthier than this past year of mask wearing everywhere in this country, except for those people that don't wear masks and haven't gotten vaccinated. I would just say, I appreciate all of you on the board still believing in science and all of the protocols and advisement that science and medicine and knowledgeable people dictate. There shouldn't be any other factors that should be considered. Special needs kids, definitely, you'll have to deal with that and work something out. But for the district and for all of us, we need to keep as safe as possible from this virus. We need to get vaccinated, and we need to wear masks, and we need to social distance. Thank you.
Welcome, just name and town of residence, please.
Yes. Dionysios Vasilatos from Greenville. So my first meeting. Fun.
Welcome.
So I just want to say I appreciate what everyone's trying to do, and I'm a person that I assume you all have positive intent in what you're attempting to do. So I just want to just share some of my observations, maybe a different perspective on some things we've heard, and as the new guy. So I have 2 children in the elementary school. You may have noticed that as a community, as a society, we have a crisis of trust in our institutions and in the science. The institutions, unfortunately, sometimes wrap you guys in it as well, because you do represent an institution. I feel like just like a fresh pair of eyes and ears. What I've heard today is that the decision has kind of been made. I mean, you may debate that, but there's a unanimity on the board here that I don't think is representative of the community. So that says something. I don't know what it says. And look, I mean, you could argue that what that says either way. I'm just saying it says something. It's an observation. And the other thing is, you guys dropped a couple of news bulletin bombs on us on mandates. So for me, it's clear the decision is made. So this is more of an academic discussion, and we're going to see the announcements coming this week. Second point I want to make, I heard 3 tidbits I want to react to. They're more like analogies. The example about Pompeii and trade-offs, I think you made, the president. I mean, you took your kids out. It's a beautiful place. It was outdoors, 95 degrees, sweating with masks. We could all relate to that. I also took my kids on vacation to a very hot, beautiful place in the Mediterranean. We didn't have masks. I told them, don't wear masks when we're outside in particular. I'm not going to judge you, and I hope you don't judge me. It's called parental discretion. I also heard from the trustee, spoke very eloquently, and I commend you for the story that you shared. You said that our kids are your kids. I think I agree with that. Like, I consider all the kids in the community my kids as well. Just one point to make there. I'm the first parent of those kids amongst all these other parents. I'm the first one. And we heard something from the community here about the mask habit, and how, seamless it becomes as a habit for the child, which in some sense it's good, but my experience is, yeah, my kids have the same seamless habit of wearing masks. I rip that thing off when they come off the bus every day because I don't want that to be their normal. I don't want that new normal. Which brings me to the final point I want to make, just pivoting on that. Until we get this pandemic under control and the science changes, which one of us as human beings knows when that's going to happen? Is this the normal of our kids? Have we properly assessed the long-term effects of emotional and social intelligence on how our young kids are growing up under these conditions? Do we know the long-term effects, as somebody else raised, of what our children are going through? Our children are certainly not dying from this. But what will their learning, emotional, and social intelligence be? And is it going to be stunted? I know one thing that, and I could ask you this question rhetorically, who's responsible for my kid and the long-term potential impact of this? I'm sure you're all going to say you're responsible for my kid, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with me as the parent.
We are at 3 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate it, and welcome.
How you doing, everybody? I'm Anthony Stifler from Glenhead.
Welcome.
I'm going to get off the mask topic for a minute, too, and bring us back to community engagement. I'd like to read into the record, Dave, an email you sent to me. Good morning, Anthony. The full board is in receipt of your email. I would like to confirm that I discussed it with Dr. Girizzo. He and Dr. Zublionis will follow up with Chris Marino and get in touch with you to discuss further. You sent me that email on June 2nd. I'm still waiting. Why?
I was told you had a meeting. Is that not accurate?
That is not accurate.
You've not had any meeting. I did follow up and was told you had a meeting. If that's
nothing that I sent you an email a week before that with 18 bullet points in it. Nobody that you mentioned followed up with me. So you sit up there and you talk about community outreach, community engagement. Start with yourself. This can't happen. You set the example, right? What's the explanation?
Again, I did follow up, and I was told you had a meeting. You had no meeting with anyone in central administration after that.
No, absolutely not.
That is news to me.
So what are you going to do about it? Because I'm going to be back here, I told you months ago, at this podium. What's the action?
Yeah, please.
Mr. Sifler, I didn't respond to you either, but I wasn't here. And I'm in front of everybody here, and acknowledging that I think a lot of people out there know that every email I got over the last 3 weeks, I've responded to, I think. I hope I haven't overlooked anybody. Mr. Sifler, if you will call me tomorrow, I will have you in my office before next Friday. I got a bunch of people here listening to me say that. Not a great week with school reopening, but I will get you into my office. I don't know what the issue is, not having been here, and maybe that's better. I will give you a new audience, and if you want somebody else there, you've mentioned some names, which lead me to believe what department might be affected, but, start with me. And I promise you that you will be in my office next week if you will call and set up an appointment. And the person who's going to answer the phone tomorrow is not in, but I might well be answering the phone. I'm building my resume, and I might be answering the phone. We'll get you in.
I want to say for the record, you were not here when all of this took place.
But I am now, and I expect to be held accountable.
And I'll take you up on that. I'll be giving you a call tomorrow.
Thank you.
I do want to
appreciate
say
the
one other
opportunity.
thing before I step away. I do think it's atrocious that that flag was not prepared for this meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Education Public School. Get it right.
Hello, my name is Merope Zervos. I'm from Roslyn Harbor, and I'm not here to address the mask issue or any financial things. I'm here to address something else that I feel is very important, and I'm surprised no one has addressed it yet. I would like to know what the North Shore School District, what kind of program you will be implementing in the fall, your inclusion and tolerance for all. I am very upset. Just like most of you are parents, and you instill your morals and your ethics in your children, no one has the right to negate that. So, just like we all have the option of opting out of sex ed classes, you should give us, as parents, Mr. President, you said this is the land of freedom. Give us our freedom to teach our kids and instill our morals and our ethics and our values. Your job here is to teach our children to read, to write, music, arts. I'm not saying that that everyone should be inclusive, and there should be, but when you're bringing in and you're promoting or you're encouraging other lifestyles that maybe other families don't agree with, you need to give these parents, you need to give all of us the option to opt out. You cannot take our right away to be parents. And I feel very strongly of this, and I have a very, very large crowd that comes to my house, and we go from backyard to backyard discussing this. We want to be given the right to opt out of these programs that you're about to instill in these little kids from K to 12. I'm sorry, a kindergartner should not be learning about LGBTQ whatever. I'm sorry. It should be a parent's choice, not yours. And that's it.
Before you leave it too far,
Well, hold on. Sorry, ma'am, the superintendent does want to respond if well, no, you can,
Okay,
back up.
can you hear me? I'm not, and you don't have to come back. I'm not fully familiar with which programs you might be referencing, but I want to hear from you what they are. It appears next week's shaping up to be a busy week for me, but, and honestly, it might not be next week, but if you will please give my office a call. That's our responsibility. I want to hear about those programs, and I want to learn more, and I'm not sure which ones you're talking about, and I do want to know what they are. That would be great. And I will get you in as soon as I can. Mr. Stifler's going first, though.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mojda Hassani. I'm a Seacliff resident. It's on. Can you hear me? Okay. I have been a teacher at North Shore School District for 21 years. And for the past 7 years, I've had the honor of being a resident in my beloved town of Seacliff. Before I get into remarks, I wanted to thank the Board of Education, the administration, and the Teachers Union for the difficult but important decisions they've made over the past year and a half. I could not be more prouder of my school district for handling a devastating pandemic with such grace and consideration. They have protected this community while also fully offering in-person teaching for all students who chose to benefit from it, as well as offered incredible resources and extracurricular opportunities when other districts could not. I hear everyone's concerns regarding the issues with wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. And as a teacher, I am very empathetic toward the social and emotional well-being of all our students. I strive on creating a positive environment where my students feel safe and welcome, where their overall health is my top priority. Academic learning will not occur if all students do not feel safe. As a teacher, I am in constant contact with students, and not once during the past academic year of 2020-21 did I have a student oppose wearing their mask, crumbs and all. The children were just so happy to be back in school, interacting with their peers and being taught by their teachers in person. If there's anything I've learned from over 35 years of teaching, it's that kids are empathetic, caring, and most importantly, resilient. Protecting our kids is and always has been the #1 priority. Let us not forget public safety laws such as seatbelt and car seat laws in automobiles, child internet protection, alcohol laws, tobacco control, youth and labor laws, and many, many more that were created to protect our children. Wearing a mask is one very small thing we can all do to protect them in this moment. The COVID-19 pandemic is a global public health issue, and wearing a mask is not a political or ideological matter, but a matter of public safety. I know I'm not the only one in the room who cares for the continued health and safety of our children and the amazing North Shore staff. Let us do right by them and their families, save lives, and keep the mask on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gabrielle Menuza. I'm a Glenwood Landing parent, and I'm also an attorney. I'm here in support of mask choice. Right now, it is incumbent upon you, our school board, to ensure optimal learning conditions for our children, as well as their psychological and emotional well-being, and to make a concerted effort to plan the reopening accordingly. This community as a whole, including myself, has spent the last 20 months complying with every and all public health measure that has been imposed on us, even when it was against our better judgment. We convinced our kids to mask every single day for school, even when they would cry and complain, even when they would come home with itchy rashes on their face, even while I was peeling, personally, a soaking wet, dirty, smelly rag from my daughter's face, when speech regressions occurred, when kids with psychological and developmental issues were clearly suffering, we complied. Many of us also ran to get vaccinated at the earliest opportunity, even if we weren't certain of the long-term effects. We sought to protect our kids and the community at large. We did it all, and we didn't complain. Now we have over 1.5 years worth of data available to us, data from countries all over the world, as well as data from our own school district. The data is clear. Kids are not significant vectors of COVID-19 anywhere, including at school, and particularly in grades K through 8. Kids are at low risk for severe illness and death. Adults and high-risk populations are protected by the vaccine. These are undisputed facts. Last year, children up to age 5 were permitted not to wear masks, and there was no widespread transmission, and on and on. This board cannot and should not hide behind the CDC, an unelected body that has proven to be very flawed, with no lawmaking power that only makes recommendations. The data supporting a renewed mask mandate is flimsy at best. I won't get into all of it, but CDC's initial basis for reimposing mask mandates at schools was based on 2 studies. One was a study from India that involved the Delta variant and the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is not available in the United States. And another was based on a statistical anomaly that occurred over 4th of July weekend in Provincetown, Massachusetts. To extrapolate data from a 4th of July bacchanal and apply it to our schools is absurd on its face, when there is comparable data from schools all over the country and world demonstrating that maskless protocols can be put in place and not lead to high rates of transmission. None of it makes sense, everything is a contradiction, and we are tired of our children suffering. Why is it permissible to allow restaurant patrons to sit in close proximity to each other without masks, while kids have to mask at spatially distanced desks, probably farther apart than the tables at restaurants? It makes no sense. These measures cannot be justified. Anyone who has observed children wearing masks in an elementary classroom can see that masks are not worn properly. They're constantly touching their face, pulling them down, getting dirty. An educated person understands that we are never going to get 100% vaccinated and 0 cases. There will always be a variant. COVID is here to stay. The Delta variant has not proven by actual statistics to be any more deadly or severe than the common cold and less severe than the flu. We cannot let mere speculation and fear of the unknown be the order of the day. What kind of message does that send to our children? This is about choice. We are not asking to preclude anyone who sees fit from masking their child. If masks work, then that should be satisfactory. We are asking for the choice to make that determination on an individual basis for our individual children based on their individual needs, something only their parents can know. To force our kids through another school year, or possibly the rest of their school careers, by the way people are speaking, with masks on because we don't know if another variant is coming is nonsensical, and the long-term negative effects on children's mental health and well-being far outweigh the use of masks.
We are well past 3, so if you could just please wrap it up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. My main point is the community is made up of many voices. We're asking you to do your work, come up with a multi-tiered, detailed plan to accommodate everyone's needs, try to find compromises, and try to work with the community and involve the community in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Claudia Paris, Glen Head. I am not here to say I do not believe in the mask choice. I think that it should be a choice based on the family, based on the person. I wanted to come up here and show you a picture. I'm sure you can't really see, but this is a picture of me approximately 4 months before the shutdown, and I'm wearing a mask. I've been wearing a mask for a decade plus prior to COVID because I have a compromised immune system. I have multiple sclerosis, and the medication that I'm on depletes many of my cells and puts me in a compromised position. With that being said, I've been using masks for a very long time. You can ask, my sister is sitting in the audience, and there have been plenty of flights she's been on with me where I've put my mask on, or it's been after my infusion and I've worn my mask way prior to this. And I'm very glad that most of you in the room, there's at least 100 plus of us in this room, have not had to have that type of a life. I'm very glad for that, but I have. That being said, these masks are nonsense. These masks that I'm wearing do not do anything. These masks maybe help me with bacteria. If I was wearing an N95, I'd be much more confident about bacteria, but virus particles are very, very, very small. And they go through this mask. They go through the mask of pretty much every single person I see up there. So I just wish that you all would look at the science a little bit of a life that I have been living every single day for the past almost 15 years to know that these cloth masks on our children are nothing at all. They mean nothing except just causing a habit that is not where we want them to be. So for those reasons, I just wish you would look at what this means and what the science is behind the types of masks specifically that we are using. I'd like to end with a quote. Quote, "The typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out viruses, which is small enough to pass through the material. It might, however, provide some slight benefit in keeping out gross droplets of someone who coughs or sneezes at you. I do not recommend you wear a mask." End quote, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Good evening. My name is Brenna Gerasi and I'm from Glen Head. So I would like to share my personal experience regarding COVID-19. Shortly after the lockdown in March of 2020, our school district offered a program for children of first responders and healthcare workers. I am forever grateful that this program was made available to my family and I. As anyone would imagine, my husband, who is a first responder, was working 18-hour days and would oftentimes sleep at work. I had to buy him a twin-size aero bed so he could sleep in his car a few hours before his next shift. I myself work in home care. Once patients started getting released from nursing homes, hospitals, rehabs, assisted livings, these facilities relied on people like myself to coordinate clinical care to recovering COVID-19 patients. I was working 12-hour days directly with hospital executives, administrators, discharge planners, social workers, all to coordinate care for patients who were recovering from COVID-19. Given the nature of our work, I reluctantly enrolled our children into this program that was designated for children whose parents were on the front lines. The program started in April. When I arrived the first day to drop off my children, I asked the director of the program if my children were required to wear a mask. I was told that the children did not have to wear a mask and that the counselors supervising our children would wear one. This program continued from the beginning of April until the very end of August 2020. My children were in this program anywhere between 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. The program came to an end shortly before our schools opened in September. The program has housed several hundred children throughout Nassau County in multiple public schools. I will not mention the specific school my children attended. However, I will say that in the 5 months of the height of the pandemic, we did not have not one outbreak. And these are the children whose parents were on the front lines at the highest risk of exposure. So I am now struggling with the idea that nearly 18 months after the initial lockdown, we are still discussing the potential of children having to wear a mask to attend school. Last year, there were multiple school districts that allowed children to remove their mask while socially distanced at their desk. I shared this with our previous superintendent, and he refused to explore the idea. Those same school districts announced that masks are optional for this coming September. We have not heard a decision on the matter from our board, and I am struggling to understand the logic of this topic still being in question. I am struggling with the justification of masking our children once again. Laura Karen announced this week that Nassau County is #1 in the state in terms of vaccination rate and #3 in the country. Nassau County reached 85% vaccination rate. The people that feel threatened by the virus have already been vaccinated. I should know because I am constantly sending house call providers to vaccinate our homebound geriatric population. Our most vulnerable population. Those who want to be protected have been able to take the proper measures. My children have not worn a mask in several weeks, and they are dreading returning to school having to wear a mask, so much that I have toured other schools to explore options I have for my children, because we as parents do in fact have options. My children have been in summer camp all summer long, playing with children, no social distancing, and the camp that had well over 100 children participate in the program did not have not one outbreak.
That is 3 minutes, so please. Oh, you can finish, but.
So I'm almost at the end. Likewise, last year prior to opening of the schools, when the guidance was still inconclusive, I talked to many teachers and principals in our school, and they themselves did not understand the reasoning for stringent masking protocol when their children were in camp the summer of 2020 without a mask. You mentioned earlier that it is problematic when one person's right infringes on another person's freedoms. At this point, the people who are concerned about the virus had had the opportunity to vaccinate and are able to wear a mask. So once again, I don't understand why their insecurity equates to my children not being able to breathe freely, because their decision is infringing on my child's freedoms.
Thank you.
I'm almost done.
I'm sorry.
I'm almost done.
We are well
I am
past.
asking that the school board and Dr. Dolan keep politics out of our school, and let's really follow the science, make masks optional, and let our kids breathe. Enough is enough. You talked about the outdoor learning. I want to notate that my children last year would come home starving because in the middle of winter, they were outside eating lunch. They could not hold their lunch to their mouth, so they would rather keep their hands in their pocket and starve and come home crying that they didn't have enough to eat throughout the
I
day.
appreciate it. I don't want to cut you off.
That the outdoor learning
But
was
it
the
has
best
been
experience for our children.
well past the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Marian Hudjanowski, and I'm a resident of Glen Head, and I'm an advocate of mask choice for children. I'm a mom of 3, and my oldest had his first experience in school in 2020 behind a mask. Many people tonight have referenced the CDC, and they've referenced mask wearing, but no one spoke about the science behind those comments. Get to that. My son, who was so excited to start kindergarten in what I was told was the best school district, he suddenly changed as a child when he knew that he had to wear a mask every single day. I personally called the CDC and the Department of Health and requested to see the studies done on the effects of masks in children. The CDC just told me to look on their website and hung up. The Department of Health emailed me the link of the CDC's website where the exact section on mask studies was discussed. Out of 64 studies, only 2 were done on children.
I'm sorry. You just put,
Sorry,
Yes,
it's hard
thank
to
you.
talk.
I understand. Believe me, I understand. I'm up here.
Out of those, so 2 studies were done on children out of 64. Out of those 2, not only 1 was on mask wearing in a classroom setting. However, it turns out it wasn't a study at all. It was a compilation of strategies of how to reduce the transmission in classroom settings. The strategies were combined impacts of ventilation and mask filtration efficiency. I would like to repeat, there have been no studies done on children wearing masks in school listed on the CDC's website that everyone has been referencing. How can you mandate masking if there is not one study done on the effects long-term and short-term for the population you're masking? In a different section, the CDC's own statistics show that COVID-19 is not much of a threat to school children. Its numbers show that more people under the age of 18 died of influenza during the 2018-2019 flu season, a season of moderate severity that lasted 8 months, than have died of COVID-19 across more than 18 months. What's more, the CDC says that out of every 1,738 COVID-19 related deaths in the US in 2020 and 2021, just 1 has involved someone under 18 years of age. And out of every 150 deaths of someone under the age of 18 years of age, just 1 has been COVID related. Yet the CDC declares that school children who learn in part from communication conveyed through facial expressions that we've all heard tonight, and so their t-shirts should mask their face, and so should they, and that's how they learn. All deaths are a tragedy, but are you really willing to mask 99.99% of children who are not affected? An interesting fact that I recently learned in adults is that adults breathe 10 to 15 times per minute. Children breathe 20 to 40 times per minute. We have all been sitting here for several hours and quickly felt uncomfortable in the very beginning. Now imagine doing it for 6 hours a day. I'm sure you can't because you are free to choose to take that mask off. I'm requesting that you give these children that same choice.
We are at 3 minutes, but
I know, but the clapping, you know.
there's been a lot of clapping. I get it. So I got a couple more seconds, but then
Thank you.
we'll move on. Thank
I'm
you.
almost done. The true science has proven that masks do not stop SARS-CoV-2 virus from spreading. The mask-pore ratio shows that a virus going through a cloth mask is the same way a mosquito goes through a chain link fence. That being said, these masks can cause harm. A recent study by the University of Florida in Gainesville, done by its Mass Spectrometry Research and Education Center, showed that masks collect numerous bacteria that cause, in many cases, serious illnesses. The center took 6 recently used masks from school-age children, aged 6 to 11, in-person school learning. They were freshly washed or from a box before they went to school. They discovered that after one-time use, they discovered 5 of the 6 masks contained a host of bacteria. And 3 of the masks were contaminated with dangerous pathogens found on masks. 11 dangerous pathogens found on the mask are responsible for illnesses that include
pneumonia, tuberculosis, meningitis and sepsis, food poisoning from E. coli, diphtheria, Lyme disease, and urinary tract infections.
Sorry, I would ask you to please wrap it up.
I
at this point.
understand. There's so much science that you guys didn't look at yet. We want our.
I understand, but
okay,
we
here's
do have the.
my wrap-up point. I
You got it.
promise you. 3 school districts, Locust Valley, Plainedge, and Massapequa, all mask optional. I feel that we should look at the science. If the school board going to take liability, if in 10 years from now, when my 16-year-old has a underdeveloped lung problem, are you going to take medical responsibility for that? You take responsibility for them when they're at your school. You take care of them. That's the oath you took. I am their lifelong protector. That is my job. And I'm requesting that you give us the choice to do what we're supposed to do as parents. They are taking away their oxygen. Oxygen is important for them to think straight
Thank
and
you.
be able to be
Thank you.
learning. Okay?
Thank you.
Give us the choice back,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Asternio, and I live in Glen Head, and I'm taller, so I need to move this up. I've been a nurse for 15 years, and one of the reasons that I've been a nurse and not anything else is because I don't like public speaking. So let's just get out of that way. Throughout all of this, the pandemic issue, one of the things I've been most worried about, because I have kids who get sick all the time, is our kids' immune systems. I would like to emphasize the fact that children need to develop a healthy immune system in order to fight off infections. And one of the ways that they do this is by exposure to regular childhood illnesses. Your kids go to school, your kids get exposed to para-influenza and all sorts of other things, and their immune system builds. And even just a couple of months of not having that can be really detrimental to their system. Lack of exposure to germs and illnesses early in life can negatively affect the ability to raise an effective immune response later in life when exposed to more prominent and more detrimental illnesses. As a nurse who specifically goes into homes with people who have tested positive for COVID-19, I have never once ever asked a child to wear a mask in my presence. They cough on me, they spit on me, they sneeze on me. I would never ask them to wear a mask in my presence. And I haven't, knock on wood, had an issue with it yet. As someone who has worked in psychology in the past, I was an ICU nurse most of my life, but recently I worked in psychology. And one of the things that all the pediatric psychiatrists say that you can do is the worst possible thing to do for your child is to instill fear in them. And many children have been afraid in this past year, and unnecessarily. Leery is good, afraid is not. It induces anxiety, and that's something that has become rampant in even the youngest children in the past year. Masking is one of the things that causes anxiety. Furthermore, the medical community knows, in fact, that psychological illnesses are generally much more difficult to treat than many physical illnesses. Luckily, my husband and I have managed to shield both of our children from the fear and the chaos that's ensued in the last year, but we're worried that it's getting out of control now. It's going to perpetuate. I have 2 children in the school system. I have a girl who's going into, she's 7, she's going into 2nd grade, and I have a boy who's going into kindergarten. Both of my kids have significant speech and language disorders. My youngest finds it very difficult to wear a mask for a prolonged period of time, despite our best efforts. We've been trying to get him to practice, and he rips it off. He doesn't want to wear it. He is very, very difficult to understand when he speaks with the mask on. Normally, he is 70% intelligible according to his IEP, but with the mask on, his therapist says that he's about 30% intelligible. Imagine going into kindergarten, a little kid in a new school system trying to make friends, and people can understand 30% of what you say.
I understand the point. It's a good point, and I think you undersell yourself as a public speaker. But we generally don't talk about individual, even our own kids at the podium. It's just something that is that is discouraged. Thank you.
Well, in any event, I feel like we've heard of. Yeah,
I am telling you that is the rule.
You can't stop me now that happened.
Yeah, the IEP
Yes,
specific.
okay.
Telling a student's IEP is unique.
Well, I didn't tell you
No,
exactly.
it's
what
totally
it was, so.
it's fine. You didn't know, but now that is the.
All
that
right.
is-
So, but I can still talk about him. I just can't talk about his IEP.
I think in general, the idea is speaking too much detail about your son in a recorded meeting that is broadcast to the entire community is generally discouraged and is
Well,
potentially
if it
an
helps
issue.
get his mask off, I'm okay with it. So luckily, for the past year, he was in a preschool where they didn't mask. And guess what? They went through all of COVID. I think they were out of school for 1 month. And those kids never wore masks. The teachers allowed them to be hugged and kissed and whatever. And they never once had a problem with COVID in that school. Luckily, he was in that situation. My daughter has the opposite problem. She also has a language issue. I guess I won't be getting into that. But she has a lot of trouble understanding what her teachers are saying through the masks. And that is also a huge problem. These kids who have speech and language disorders of any kind, the speech therapists are bending over backwards to try to help them out and to accommodate them. But they will tell you that these kids are at a severe educational disadvantage because of that problem. And yeah, I know that you said that, maybe some kids could have allowances made for, whatever, but it affects a lot of kids in terms of anxiety too. And we know this. We know the Delta variant spreading. We also know that most of the children and the vaccinated individuals are not getting very sick, despite what may have been said before today. I'm not saying that nobody is going to get very sick. Clearly, there are always an array of people who have trouble fighting off certain viral and bacterial infections. We don't always know ahead of time who those people are going to be. They might seem like they're perfectly healthy, but maybe they're not. That's always been true. It always will be true. It's going to be the case every year. There will be other variants in other years to come and other illnesses, and we cannot keep prolonging this pandemic of fear and isolation that we're currently drowning our children in. There's going to be an epsilon, a kappa, theta, zeta, whatever, the Greek, like all those things are going to come. We can't mask our children every single year. Every time there's a variant, when there's a new flu strain that's too strong, we have to stop. Some parents are afraid of the physical results of the illness, and some are more afraid of the psychological results. Both are equally important, and putting some people's fears ahead of others does nothing to help our community or our children. If some parents want their children in masks, and if some or all teachers want to be masked, that's fine. We're not asking for everybody to be unmasked, but those who do not want their children masked have just as good a reason as wanting it as those who do. I, for one, would much rather see my child attend school in a happy, psychologically healthy environment where they can play and act like children than one where everyone is afraid to show their face and get close. Enough's enough. We've had a whole year and a half of this. It's time to move forward and get our kids acting like kids again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Marks, and I am a very active parent at the Seacliff Elementary School. I came here to talk about masks, but in the school board meetings that I have watched, and this is the first one that I'm attending, it has become apparently clear how out of touch this school board is with the wants and needs of the entirety of this community. And I can go over all of the data that my constituents here have shared with you, but I have taken the time to provide you all with a packet of information as well as a petition signed by almost 600 parents in this community asking this school board to hear us and make masks optional this year. 600 signatures. And I provided with you with links to everything we've all talked about here tonight with the science and the data that makes actual common sense from real studies, from real countries who observed what this is doing to our children. And had this board or this district cared what any of the parents in this district wanted, we would not have had to make up our own petitions. And I promise you there is another petition which I have also linked in that packet, and I will send you the email form as well so you can get all those links, of parents who would like to require masks. And they would not have had to have that petition had the district done what our neighboring districts did, given us a survey to fill out, made the results of that survey public, and used that to inform decisions on what's going to happen to all of our children this year. We did that work for you. I've provided you with the information. There are comments from parents across the board, both those that want and those who don't want our children to be masked this year. But the point is that I don't see this as a for or against or sides of any kind. We are all just parents who are just trying to do our best every single day to keep our kids happy and safe. And that definitely looks different for every single family. And to require masks across the board without any look into what it's doing to the individual student is a tragedy. Also, you've made mention of the fact that we can't, and I'll say this again, that the freedoms of one stop with the safety of another or whatever. Who is deciding which side?
which not wins, it's a lose-lose situation across the board. Everything that's happened in the last 18 months is a lose-lose situation across the board. And I'm not going to get up here and thank the schools for opening. It is the school's job to be open and available to our students. What we need is for this, the only logical solution, I'm
There's
done
3
in 5
minutes.
seconds.
Cool.
The only logical solution is to make masks optional. No one is telling you you can't put a mask on your child if you choose to. No one should be telling me I have to put one on mine either. And I do agree that we should follow the CDC guidance, because the CDC is not a governing body and merely recommends things. So I say, go ahead, recommend that our students wear masks, but do not require them.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Lauren Garlow. I'm from Glen Cove. I'm here tonight to request that the board rule in favor of parent choice as it pertains to mask requirements for the upcoming school year. I've researched this topic for a long time now. After seeing how my boys struggled last year, they're incoming 3rd and 4th graders. So they did experience normal school and they like it. There have been countless studies outlining the negative mental and physical impacts of masking children. A variety of these studies have been provided for you in that packet. I urge you to review them, and I'll highlight some of their findings. But before I proceed, I'd like to ask the board the following 2 questions. Are you aware that there has not been one single comprehensive study in the United States showing children should wear masks in school? No one has questioned this. And are you aware that the CDC has not conducted any studies on the potential risks of masking children for 7 hours a day? I know I'm not the first person to say this tonight, but this was pre-written, so. The reality is, there's much discussion about CDC recommendations, and they've never questioned the mental, emotional, academic, or physiological impacts of masking children. It's unacceptable for this board to act like this is not something we should worry about. Depression and anxiety have doubled since the pandemic began in children. God knows what it's done to adults. And there have also been more suicides than COVID deaths of children under 17. On the subject of mental health, where are we without facial connection? Our face is how we discern if someone makes us feel safe, whether they are happy or angry, and these are not minor details for children. Masks discourage communication, erase facial expressions, and prohibit emotional intelligence. Social and emotional development of school-age children is equally, if not more important than academics. These kids are so vulnerable. They are not resilient, and their mental health is the easiest for you all to ignore. It is, as it is, children of today grew up in a desensitized world of Snapchat and social media, not mine because it's forbidden, but we will all get there. My kids are still young. But they're having their life depersonalized beyond their comprehension, and the job of parents and educators is to preserve their innocence for as long as possible. Schools should be a safe, comforting place for children, and this cannot be accomplished while everyone is forcibly wearing a face covering. With regard to physical health, it's been confirmed over and over again, I think by Sarah Jones in particular, with regard to the CO2 levels we're experiencing. Children are inhaling between 6 and 12 times the acceptable limit of carbon dioxide. This is again in your packet that you've all received. This explains why my children and so many others come home from school with headaches, flushed red, sweaty faces, extremely agitated. I joked that my kids need a straitjacket when they get off the bus, but I urge you to visit my home at 3 p.m. and you'd probably buy the straitjacket. It's disgusting what needs to go on for them to decompress after their oxygen deficiency.
That is the 3 minutes. So,
Okay, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
There's been so much talk about science, and I think that word sometimes takes us in the wrong direction. I'd like to focus on statistics, and statistically, your child is more likely to get struck by lightning or suffer from a severe mosquito-borne illness than die of complications related to COVID. We're obsessed with counting cases, making these children suffer and abandon all that they know. At the risk of cases in school, there will always be cases. There was 180 years between the development of the smallpox vaccine and the last known case. 180 years. I don't have that kind of time. Potentially the most critical statistic, however, is this. During the 2019-2020 flu season, there were 480 child deaths. A typical flu season, as previously mentioned, is 8 months. That season was cut short as we were quarantining. So in 6 months, 480 deaths. To date, in the last 18 months, there have been 349 individuals ages 0 to 17 who have died from COVID complications, presumably with underlying conditions.
Ms. Groton, so we have a 3-minute monitor. I'm keeping the 4-minute monitor, so if you would, please.
Okay. I'd like to end by saying that I stand here speaking on behalf of compromise, and I think it's a fair assumption that if I was up here or anybody was up here requesting we prohibit face masks, we would have the conversation on the other side of the table asking for choice, for parent choice, that they want a mask and that should be acceptable. So that's what I want as well. I don't want a mask. I want to be respected as a parent. One more thing, and you're going to kill me, but Miss Raisin is the most lovely teacher, and she taught both my boys. I don't know if she's left. But my
We
son-
definitely don't talk about individual faculty. That's the
She's
vote.
amazing. What I want to say is my son has a huge fear of coming to school in September. He has said that he refuses to speak or answer questions or ask questions. His teacher cannot hear him. And so the teacher perception of children being okay with masks is wildly inaccurate. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Tony Curran from Glen Head.
Hello.
I could go on for hours. I mean, I have pages upon pages.
You could, but of course you.
Of course, I will not. I will discuss a few topics that some people have actually brought up before, in specific a FOIA request. I know people have been talking about that a lot tonight. Well, I have one here to the Department of Health inquiring about the safety and efficacy of masks. And their response was, please be advised that after conducting a diligent search, no records responsive to your request has been located. That's in regard to the safety and efficacy. Department of Health. Also, I would like to discuss the masks that we're all buying from the supermarket and CVS and wherever else, and actually the masks that you were so nice to give to all our students. Well, here's actually a bag. On the bag, it specifically states that it does not protect any transmission of any viruses. If it did not, it would be going against the Federal Trade Commission. So, if anybody wants to see the bag that the mask came in, I have it for you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to parental concerns regarding the reopening school plan. Let me start off by saying I am pro-science, pro-debate, pro-bodily sovereignty, and pro-parental choice. I wouldn't dream of requesting, let alone demand, that a person should give up bodily integrity for my benefit. It's amazing that that's what's going on right now, though, right? I do realize that the CDC's guidance has flip-flopped for the last 18 months. With that being said, I won't be the first one to say it, but the CDC is not a governing agency, and they cannot make laws. So I'm asking you to please take into consideration of everybody who's spoken tonight. I know it's a really touchy situation. I obviously do not want my children in masks. Dr. Dolan, you spoke about exemptions. I actually tried that last year. It's virtually impossible to get a mask exemption for your child. I'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you. I can call you tomorrow. I can call you whenever. Requiring children to wear a mask is promoting the idea that the mask can prevent or treat a disease as a deceptive practice. We've all seen and we talked about the science. But one of the things I really want to touch on is what Dr. Fauci just said on national TV the other day when he was asked about children and the masking. And he said, and I quote, "It's not comfortable, obviously, for children to wear masks, but hopefully, this will be a temporary thing. Temporary enough that it doesn't have any long-lasting negative impacts on them." Hopefully? That's the word we're using for it to discuss science? Hopefully? We should be ashamed of ourselves. It's time to give parents the choice to decide what is right for their bodies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Kat Charamata from Old Brookville. Just want to start by saying I've been in this community for over 25 years. I've been an active parent in the community, in the school, many subcommittees with many of the trustees currently here, a PTO and all of that. So I thank everybody for coming tonight. This is the most people I've ever seen in a board meeting. Thank you, the board, for asking for parental feedback on masks, but the decision has already been made, and if the board chooses to delay its decision until the new governor takes place and institute the mask mandate, then that's what's going to happen, but we know that's coming. As the president, you mentioned this is the land of the free, and I wish I could believe you, but I feel like that's not the case anymore with the current political situation. As my parental rights, I feel, have been slowly been stripped away, including the new Power School app, where when you go down to the contact information, parent is not an option. It's guardian. And that is one title nobody will strip away from me as being my kid's mom and parent. I have an assigned guardian in my will, God forbid they become orphans. But it doesn't matter what the a progressive family institution might be to some families in the community, 2 moms, 3 dads, whatever the combination might be, they're still a parent. I feel that we need to be able to change that, to not have guardian, because this whole progressive agenda has gone a little bit too far. I come here tonight to beg you to stick to teaching facts, to make the curriculum inclusive of all the new progressive agenda, transparent to all parents. In the past, like I said, I've been here for 7 years in this board meeting. The board has not been transparent, neither has past administrations. Lastly, regarding mental health, I think it's huge. We know that in the last 18 months, mental health has killed more students than COVID has. If a 92, like Trustee Makari mentioned, if a 92 versus an A+ is causing stress to some high school students, we need to look at a bigger picture, and that's when the Wellness Committee comes in, right? We need to, as a society, to stop saving our kids from stress and instead lead by example and teach them how to deal and manage stress. They need to grow up to learn to make choices. Life is about making choices. What's right for my family, it's not necessarily right for somebody else. COVID will never go away. We need to learn to live with it. The Spanish flu 100 years ago has not been and will never be eradicated. The virus will mutate. We have vaccines every year for a different flu virus, and we've never mandated masks for kids. And flu, like it's been mentioned before, has killed more kids in the past year than COVID has. So I ask everybody here to try to close the gap in this very divided community, to stop judging, to be kind to one another, to lead by example, and to keep in mind that what works for one family doesn't necessarily work for somebody else, which is part of the core agenda of the progressive agenda. So please lead by example and help us teach our kids to make the right choice. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Electra Jacobs. I'm in Greenvale. I'm the parent of an incoming kindergartner and second grader. I've been homeschooling for the last couple of years and have decided to enroll them in Glen Head Elementary for this upcoming year. There are a variety of reasons why we've homeschooled, but the reasons were really simple this past year. I did not want my children exposed to prolonged mask wearing, social distancing, desk barriers, and the like. I wanted them to play with friends normally, see smiles, facial expressions, so they could understand those social cues and have as normal of a year as possible, which they've had. And I very much want that to continue into this upcoming school year in our district. I understand the difficult situation the district is in. Parents are at odds and you're in a lose-lose situation. The only way that makes sense moving forward is for parent choice. No one knows their children better than their parents, and they're in the best possible position to make those medical decisions for them. We are no longer at a point where masks need to be mandated. If we were, the state would have done so. Many argue that the signs show that masks are helpful. However, that's highly debatable among physicians and the science. There are many doctors who disagree and plenty of reports that show that extended mask wearing is unhealthy. In addition, there is zero information regarding the long-term effects of masking on a child's developing brain. Last year, everyone followed the rules. Their kids were in masks 35+ hours a week. Parents told their kids they needed to deal with it and do their part to end the pandemic.
The year went on. We entered 2021. COVID cases decreased. We're no longer in a state of emergency. Businesses opened back up. Social gatherings are occurring. Obama just had how many hundreds of people? However, COVID is still around. Why? Because it's a virus. Like the cold, like the flu, it's always going to be around. You are not going to escape it. It will continue to mutate, and our best defense is a strong and robust immune system, similar to what we use when our bodies battle other respiratory viruses each year. When someone is infected with COVID, masks do nothing to prevent that spread because all respiratory viruses have microscopic aerosolized particles that go through the masks. You talk about healthcare workers, they don and doff in specific designated areas. They use multiple layers of PPE, gowns, shoe booties, gloves, N95 masks, hair covering, goggles, anytime they're exposed to a COVID patient. Do we really think some Old Navy mask or a wet soiled mask from our children touching them and sweating in them all day is doing anything to protect them from spreading this virus? That is not science, and that is not critical thinking. Why are we even continuing to even consider mandating masking for a virus with over a 99.99% survival rate in our children? My children have a human right to breathe freely without constraint. They also have a right to an education. They want to be in school, and I want them in school. Even at this meeting, you're asking everyone here to mask up for the few who have health issues. There's no mandate, there's no law, there's no executive order. We aren't a healthcare organization seeing sick patients. We're appropriately social distancing. You're even wanting to open the outside doors. Attendees don't have to mask in the cafeteria, but we do in the auditorium. Why? None of this makes any logical sense.
That is 3 minutes. You can move towards closure.
Excuse me?
It's been more than 3 minutes. You can move towards closure, please.
Let the few who need to wear masks, double and triple masks, live stream from home, let them take the precautions. You mentioned ADA accommodations to those who have medical issues. ADA accommodations are not supposed to negatively impact others. You make the accommodation for the individual. You don't mandate the majority and negatively impact them because of a select few. So the question is, when are masks going to be done? When is the line in the sand drawn? I'm aware the CDC and the AAP recommend masks be worn, but it's just that, a recommendation. I do not co-parent with the CDC. I do not co-parent with the AAP, the federal, the state government, or the school board.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Thank you,
make
Ms.
my
Jacobs.
children's medical decisions
Thank
as
you, Ms.
I know what
Jacobs.
is best for. I'm not done.
No, it is past the time, so.
I understand, but I'm not done.
So are you just, this is a meeting,
I understand.
and you're just
And
telling me.
I don't know
that
why I have to have 3 minutes.
You have had 4 minutes.
Okay, so let me finish what I have to say.
But
I'm
again, we do have
almost done.
policies in place. This is a public institution.
I
And we do
understand.
have procedures in place. I understand what you're saying.
You've heard from the public.
We have been very respectful as a whole tonight, the entire community. There
Okay,
is
let me
no
finish
reason.
with this. Let me finish with this.
Thank you.
My son, he's 5. He receives speech therapy since he's 18 months old and continues to receive that in the fall. He has oral motor issues, and that's a major goal of his speech therapy is supposed to address. I have years of speech therapy experience. Both my kids have had it. My sister is a speech language pathologist for over 20 years. Have you seen the interaction between a speech pathologist and a child receiving services when they're both in masks? The child cannot see the therapist's mouth, lips, movement. Neither can the therapist if the child is masked. Do you know how ineffective this is? My son would have benefited from prompt therapy, where the therapist uses his or her hands on the face to help him properly learn how to form the words he's trying to say. My other son received this therapy for years and with oral motor issues, and it worked so remarkably well that he was discharged from speech before he entered elementary school. My youngest, not so, because the therapy is now so highly ineffective due to the mask wearing and the inability of the therapist to physically touch his face due to social distancing guidelines.
Ms. Jacobs, the purpose of public comment is to let the board know how you think. We do read every single email that's sent to us. If there is
Well,
more.
you don't respond. Dr. Dolan is the only one who has.
That is correct. Dr. Dolan responds on behalf of the board.
He's the only, but there's a lot of you on the board. Why does nobody else respond?
This is the structure of the district, of school districts in this land. This is the way government works. It may not be to your liking, it may not be what you want, but we don't have the authority or responsibility to speak as individuals. We speak as a board together, and I can't speak on behalf of a board without publicly addressing this, which is why we had the meeting tonight, to hear what you have to say, to hear what others have to say, and come together to present transparently what our views are on this. We did that, and we are now giving you the opportunity to let us know how you feel about the issue, which you've been very eloquent and clear in letting us know. That said, out of respect for the folks who are here, the community, and the time, we do have certain parameters in place that we are legally allowed and permitted and empowered to request. I don't want to use the word enforce, because one of my few goals tonight was I don't want to be telling people they have to go or turning off mics. That's ridiculous. We're all part of North Shore. We're all here to speak to each other. We all have a common cause, which is about protecting our children, trying to stay healthy, and trying to exchange ideas so we can all participate in this discussion. But to the idea that any one person has more of a right than others, when we do have a society in general that has
I
to all
never
be...
said that I have more of a right.
But there are parameters of what we're speaking, and it was 4, it was 3, it was 4, it was 5, and you're telling me basically, I'm going to keep going, you can't stop me. Let's not do that, please.
I didn't say I'm going to keep going. Let's not stop.
But it's been well past the time, and I'm asking you respectfully to please stop. I think I have been, listening to
I
people.
think you spoke just for 2 minutes when you could have just let me finish. But okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Alania from Glen Head. I am a mom of 4 beautiful children, and my biggest fear in life is something happening to one of them. I watched my older 2 sons struggle with anxiety and headaches the entire school year. My single most important job is to protect them at all costs and to fight for them with everything that I have. Today, I ditched my original speech after reading a Facebook post from someone in this room, which said that those fighting for freedom of choice on masking are fighting for their kids to get sick and possibly intubated. Is she kidding? Then I got a notification that those who don't mask will be segregated to the cafeteria. Is this just a hint of what is to come? Are you trying to silence and intimidate us? After these 2 things happened, I immediately rewrote what I planned to say. My friends tonight have so eloquently outlined the data, which you can also reference in your printed packets that Vanessa took hours and hours to put together. We've also emailed it to you. So rather than repeat them and repeat all of the facts, I'm going to delve a little deeper into the bigger picture here. Each day we make choices and take risks, and my choices to protect my children probably look different than yours. I respect every single parent for the difficult decisions that they make for their kids, but I will not respect somebody telling me that my children need to do something to protect others that is extremely detrimental to them physically and mentally. Not to mention, it does not protect others. No single child is responsible for keeping other children or adults safe, period. I ask you, what if the tables were turned and your child suffered from wearing a mask? How would you feel then? We are all raising our children in a scary world, and to add to the already heavy burdens that they have on them, we are manipulating them by placing the burden of COVID on them when they are not even at risk. But to add to the sadness of the overreaching mandates, just take a look at our community. I have come across hundreds of parents over the past year, most of whom want parent choice. But there are also so many who are afraid to come out and speak or even be seen at a board meeting for the fear that their so-called friends will turn on them. We live in a very sad time when speaking of freedom of choice, sorry, I lost myself. when speaking of freedom of choice is equal to hatred, when doing the right thing for your child leads to someone insinuating that we're asking for our kids to get sick, how about my child's mental health? Okay, how about the physical health and the way that I see them coming home each day? You don't all see that, but I do. And it makes me sick to see what is happening in our town, the deep divide that just seems to be getting deeper, and the harm that it is doing to our kids is another detrimental piece of this COVID puzzle, which will likely raise the rate of suicide and mental health issues. With suicide being the #2 cause of death in children 10 to 18 years old, it should be all of your biggest concerns also. What I am modeling for my kids is to fight for freedom and to respect everybody's personal decisions. But I ask you, what are you modeling? From the looks of what I see, there are plenty of parents modeling segregation, discrimination, as well as bullying.
What is the North Shore School District going to model for our kids? Are the kids who can't tolerate masks going to be accounted for? In this district, the theme is always inclusion and equality, but we are not practicing what we preach if we call for mandatory masks. The calling of mandatory masks by school boards is criminal and non-inclusive, and if you do not consider every child as an individual, you are causing irreparable mental and physical harm. We have already consulted with a lawyer, and everybody here will be held liable if something happens to our children from forcible mask wearing. Asking for a total ban on masks would be unfair to those who do not feel comfortable unmasking their kids, but forcing masks on all kids is unfair to those that don't feel comfortable wearing them. Parent choice is the compromise, I'm almost done, where we meet in the middle, and the one that should make everybody feel satisfied. My biggest hope tonight is that those who have their eyes closed to the damage that is being done will open them. I pray that we can all put our egos aside and listen to these arguments with an open mind and an open heart. I pray that everyone can learn to respect each other's choices for their family and realize that nothing in life is one size fits all. And I really hope that as a community, we can come together in strength and unity and stand up for all people, no matter what their views are. I will finish from a quote from my son who said to me, "There is just something I don't get. Why don't the people who want masks just wear a mask and the people who don't want masks not wear a mask and everyone can be happy?" That logic coming from an 8-year-old should be the words that are running through all of your minds as you vote on this crucial issue. I thank you all here supporting parent choice, whether you mask or you don't mask. I support you and you all matter. We need to do what is best for our individual children as parents. Now let this choice be ours.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me? Hi. Okay, I'm Melissa Gaudesi Bortone. I'm from Old Brookville. I actually went to school here. I went through the entire system.
Not Jericho, you sure?
No, not Jericho. I went to Glen Head Elementary and then all the North Shores. So now, as a mother of 3 children, 2 that are currently attending Glen Head Elementary, I am feeling at a loss because everything has become completely separated. We are going back to times that I can't even wrap my head around and explain to my children why they might end up being separated from their classmates because they're not agreeing or their parents aren't agreeing. At the end of the day, nobody's really wrong. We were all hit with this pandemic out of nowhere, and our fears hit us at all different ways. And to me, as a person who actually suffers from a really severe anxiety disorder, really, it hit me hard. And let me tell you, nobody is wrong. The way we dealt with it is the way we felt comfortable for us and our families. But that should continue. So with the masks, honestly, whether I decide to put a mask on my child or not put a mask on my child should be the same thing for another parent who decides if they want to mask their child or not mask their child. But I'm totally off my writing here because I am overwhelmed with everything that has been said tonight. Okay. Excuse me for 1 second. So we did all touch on facts, on some science, but some science wasn't actually science. So I just wanted to touch base on a few things that were a little out of line here. So it's very simple. In the last 18 months, I'm going to start this one. In the last 18 months since the pandemic began last March, there have been fewer than 300 COVID-related deaths among those 17 and under, with a total of 56 million children alone in the United States. That amounts to 1 death out of every 200,000 children. By the way of comparison, over the past 8 years alone, the flu has killed only an average because it's more, only an average of 456 children. I did not see everybody running to mask their children and protect them from the flu. A couple years ago, I believe it was 2018 because I was 6 months pregnant. My two younger, well, now I have three, so my two oldest kids got the flu really bad, really bad. That year, children were dying left and right from the flu alone with 105 fevers for 12 days. Nobody in the schools went to go mask their kids, but they were at risk of losing their lives. We as parents are not asking you to make the decision that nobody wears a mask and everybody's just free to do whatever they want, but we are asking you to at least give us the choice to continue to be parents, because that's what we are to our family. The way you raise your children, let us raise our children. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heather Batas. I live in Glenwood Landing. I'm here tonight to be a voice for my two daughters. One is entering 7th grade, one is entering 11th grade.
I'm sorry, can you just get a little closer to the mic? Thank you. I want to make sure everyone can hear you.
Okay. One is entering 7th grade and one is entering 11th grade this year. Just so I'm clear, I am pro-choice on masks. I respect other parents that feel that their children should wear a mask, parents that feel that their children shouldn't wear a mask. Last year, both of my girls had to be fully remote because they cannot physically wear a mask. I have my youngest gets migraines from it. My oldest has anxiety from it. So both my girls were home fully remote. It was the worst year they've ever had. And they're both looking forward to coming back to school. So I hope and pray that it becomes a choice for us parents, not from the board telling us that the kids need to wear masks. Both of my daughters, I just lost my train of thought. Where did I go? Okay. Both of my daughters cannot wear masks. One gets awful headaches. They turn into migraines. We also tried getting exemptions, which were mentioned before. They're next to impossible. This year, I will not allow this to happen. They both deserve to be in school. They need to be in school. It was awful last year. These are crucial years for my girls, 7th and 11th grade. Not only can they not physically tolerate them, we also noticed just anxiety and my youngest being more scared of it. Why do I have to wear it? So as their parents, we just feel that it should be our decision, nobody else's decision. We also feel it's really important for them to breathe fresh air. And also expose their immune systems to germs. If we're all wearing masks all the time, what happens when it's time to take them off? And now kids have not been exposed to the regular colds, flus, strep throat, all these different things. It's simple. It should just be each parent's choice as to whether their children wear a mask. And as a parent, I feel that it is my right and my choice as what my children do. Not the district, not the CDC, not the government. I choose pro-choice, and I will continue to fight for my children. And I really pray to God that they can attend school without masks, and we can just go back to just letting them have a normal childhood.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Rosso. I live in Seacliff, and I've been here about 38 years. I'm a teacher. I'm a parent of graduates of North Shore High School, went through Seacliff Elementary with them, and I'm a substitute teacher in district. I did not plan to speak tonight, but I just feel empowered to have to speak. First of all, thank you all for being here and opening this up to mask people in your auditorium. I would not have come if it wasn't demanded to wear masks. I have been across this country with a mask. I have been on airplanes. I don't have a problem wearing a mask. I came back to our district with a mask on in March with a vaccine as a result to work with young children. I babysit for kids. I deliver babies in this community. Children are where my heart is. I do believe that we have a right to keep the health and welfare of our kids in our best interest, and our teachers and our administrators, and to ask people to come back to work in an environment that is not safe is not okay for me personally. I have to commend our school district for this incredible job that you all did. When I came back to school in March after being fully vaccinated, I was amazed at the welfare of all these young people. Personally, I didn't see anyone suffering, and I work with all ages, kindergarten through 8th grade. And I was really empowered by the beauty that you all gave to us to educate our kids. I understand some children were homeschooled full time. I worked with those kids as well, out on their porches because I wouldn't go in their homes. And I think these kids are doing really, really well. And I just hope that our district can keep the health and well-being of our teachers, our children, and those around us to be first and foremost. And I think masks are a small thing to have to just accept. I've been on airplanes. I've watched people fly. I know you all disagree with me behind me. Or
Yeah, let's all be
you
respectful.
do.
Everyone,
Exactly.
we don't need to heckle each
I
other.
respected you. I listened to you all. I worked with some of your families that are speaking loudly, and I respect you for what you believe. But I just feel that it's very, very important as a district. I know you're waiting for governors to hand down mandates. And I know it takes a strong backbone to make a statement, and I understand maybe there's just such political stuff going on right now, and it breaks my heart personally. I'm leaving our community to go west, and I just hope to come back here with a better feeling. And I thank you all for opening this night up to us all. So best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my
Hello.
name is Claudia Ames. I live in Seacliff. I was not prepared to speak tonight, but I also feel compelled to come up here and say a few things. I have an ingoing 7th grader who was remote last year because I too had to compromise with an ex-husband who was a little bit, was very conservative about sending our son to school, where I felt pretty confident about sending my son to school with a mask. But that is what life is about, compromises. And while the first few months went by, and my ex-husband still felt uncomfortable, I had to respect the fact that he had a fear that he would get sick, or my in-laws who are very active, I'm remarried, my in-laws who are currently very active in my children's lives, I had to protect them too. My son eventually went back for one day in person, and the child had COVID, and they found out in the middle of the day. And so he was remote again for 10 days because these parents had a pending test, we believe, and they didn't do the right thing. So what I'm asking for here, as I've listened to all of you speak, or some of you who don't agree with me, I do believe in masks, but I do believe in option. I am maybe what you call progressive.
So, Ms. Ames, just
Yeah.
you could direct the comments to the board.
Yes.
Thank you.
I say we compromise, and that is that maybe we make masks mandated until all vaccinations are available for the ages 0 to 11. And then parents can make a choice. Listen here, okay? Listen here. Don't call me boss.
Guys, please.
I'm asking for respect. While you spoke, I was quiet. Now it's my turn. All right?
We can do that. We can do that.
Yeah.
We can let people speak, everyone.
So I want you guys to have the option, just as I want to have the option too. But all I ask is that once the vaccines are available for children ages 0 to 11, then you can make it optional. Then you want to take your mask off, fine. At least I have the option to protect my kid by vaccinating them if I want to. That is my choice. If you choose not to vaccinate your kid, that's on you. But let's level the playing field at the moment and do masks until that is available. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be available in 2 years from now. I hear people talking about how, well, we don't know how long this is going to last. And then there's this and there's that. Well, guess what? We have a flu shot every year until a vaccine becomes available to all children. Then let's just wait a little longer. What's the big deal? I ask the board to consider that. I want everyone to have the option. Let's just wait a little longer. Let's just wait till that vaccine is available and those parents who choose to vaccinate their children can. I've heard a lot of people come up here today and talk about how the data is not available on masks. If it's not available, then why are we making certain arguments? Like, where was it? Hold on. The mass regarding face coverings and how that could, their suicide rates are up and all that. Well, how do we know that that's relating to masks specifically? This is a very stressful time for everyone. How can we say that it is just due to masks? If the data is not there for masks in general, in one perspective, it's not available in the other either. This is coming from a person who's lost 6 people to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Just a few things.
And I'm off, so there we go.
Just a few things. Patrick Logan, Seacliff, district resident, parent. A few things. I think it's incredibly insulting to the intelligence of every single person in this room who are for or against masks to allude to you having not already made this decision long before any of us came into this room. It's like the MTA raising their fares and having the little public opinion session. All right, that decision was made long before. Same thing here. All right, so don't insult anyone in here. This decision's already made, and we know what the decision is. And if the decision is going to be to wear masks, which we all know it will be, all right, take credit for it. Take credit for it. Do not blame the CDC that has no authority, all right? They can do this. That's it. They're not a legislative body. They are not law enforcement. They cannot do squat. And do not blame Hochul, who's not even governor yet, and a week from now, when she is governor, still can't do squat. She cannot do what Andrew Cuomo did because she does not have the emergency powers that the legislature gave him. She can't do anything. She could say, I want masks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, unless they give her the same power they gave him. And after a year and a half of witnessing what he did with his powers, I think they're going to think twice this time. So please don't speak as if it's a foregone conclusion that there's going to be a governor's order or a state mandate, because that's not a reality. And a week from now, that's not going to be a reality. So if this is your decision, man up and say, this is our decision. This is what we want. Do not blame the CDC. Do not blame Hochul, all right? Because the last directive that has any legal standing, put it in district hands. Plain and simple, all right? So if this is what you want, say, this is what we want. Not Governor Hochul says we have to do this, all right? At least have the stones to do that. Anything else is insulting to every single person in this room. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I just wanted to assure the audience, and I'm only going to get to lie to you once, and I know that. My word is my bond. This decision has not been made. There has never been a discussion about this topic with this board until tonight. This is a board that believes that these things get done in public. I won't look at anybody, but I know there are board members that would not have allowed us to talk about this in executive session. They would have quickly said, no, that's a public matter. I promise you. Yeah, there's been a lot of things said, and people can detect where they may think it's going, and we certainly have not blamed Governor Hochul. I just went back to what I read. I'm the only one that mentioned her, and what I said was that there's a possibility. You know, that's the only time I've invoked her name. We're not blaming this on anybody. But I assure the public, we wouldn't waste your time. We wouldn't waste our time. Easiest thing in the world would have been to send something out last week and not have this meeting, or sit here at this meeting in Stonewall. We're listening. I don't know how else to say that the decision has not been made, and it will not be out until next week.
Can I also add to that, Dr. Dolan? There's a difference between taking into account the overall contribution of advice and recommendations from the various parties and blaming those parties. When this board implements a decision, it will be our decision. We will own that decision. That will be the policy of the board. It hasn't been made yet, But the idea that we're going to come out and say, well, we would have wanted to please you, and then say in another room, well, we would have wanted to please you, but what can we do? Our hands are tied. I think that's not a future that I see in this situation. When this board does make a decision based on the recommendation of the administration, that'll be our decision, and we'll own that publicly. That said, I know your name, but please.
It's a hard act to follow right there. My name is Jackie Fitzpatrick. I'm from Glen Head. I have 4 daughters.
Jackie, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's on or big guy. Yeah.
My name is Jackie Fitzpatrick. I have 4 daughters. 2 have gone through the school district. 1 just graduated. 1 graduated 3 years ago. I have 2 that are going to be in the high school this year. I want to say that you all are supposed to be watching out for our children in this district. And I wish that you would watch out for our children in this district without the influences of the country and the government and what everybody else is saying everywhere else. And you should focus on our children. I am for choice, and I think that we should consider our children and their best interest. And I think not everybody fits the same mold, and we should be able to have choice, and what fits our own children, we should make that decision, and we should have that choice. I think that anybody that the teachers, we should have the consideration of the teachers, but they are adults, and if they wanted to have the vaccine, they could have gotten that vaccine. That is their choice. And if they haven't gotten it in 18 months, that's their choice, and they don't want it. They are protected. They can take care of themselves. Our children can't get that. They are not affected by this virus anymore. They've been all summer out together in houses together, doing everything all summer long. There's been no problem. There's been no issues. And if they had that COVID, they've gotten a sniffle. They have not been affected by this virus in the least. So I'm asking that you give us our choice to monitor our children and make choices for our children.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Reem Ausfer. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
but don't be afraid of the mic. Get right in there.
I know I'm another healthcare professional that is not a public speaker, and I really don't know what I'm going to say. But these masks, as other people have said, are kind of a joke because they're full of holes. They're full of holes, and viruses get in and out. So if people want to wear masks, they can double mask, they can triple mask. That's not a big deal. I'm wearing a mask right now. I'm more than 6 feet away from everybody. I'll wear it because you want me to wear it right now. But to have a kid wear this mask all day, and I have a Seacliff, my name is Reem, and I'm from Seacliff, I didn't say that. I have kids that wear them, and I can't say that every kid likes to wear a mask and is happy with a mask. It's not about that. It's not about whether you're happy with it or not. It's just everybody's quoting the CDC and the World Health Organization and NIH, okay? And so as a student going through medical school, you believe everything that you hear, and you go in and you speak to actual patients, okay? So patients have problems from things that CDC recommends, okay? So we're using it as this like all-knowing body, and there are plenty of studies that show that these masks don't work. And people keep talking about the science. And it's very worrisome to me as a physician who is hearing all these other physicians that are cardiologists and immunologists and vaccinologists who are not recommending what the CDC and the NIH and what the World Health Organization are saying. And I get it. I get the hospitals had an influx of people with COVID. I do not think COVID does not exist. I treated people with COVID. I know that it exists. I know that it's dangerous. I also know that there is a lot of things that is not coming out to the general public about healthy ways to support your own immune system and to take care of COVID. There are medications that are used, and I see patients, as soon as I know a patient has COVID, I'm calling them up, I'm seeing them, I'll see them in person, whatever. Because I think it's very important to get early home health care for COVID. You can't wait till day 8, you can't wait till day 10, till they're in the hospital and their lips are turning blue. You can't be one of those physicians that says, I can't see them because they have COVID, God forbid it doesn't work that way. The 1918 flu pandemic, Fauci was in an article, I could show you the article, 10 years ago saying people that were alive during the 1918 flu pandemic still have antibodies. Like 95% of the people they studied like 10 years ago still had antibodies from 1918. Like, people don't talk about our own natural immunity, and everybody's in this big pharma, billions of dollars vaccine mode, which it's scaring me to hear people say that, like, oh, once everybody can get vaccinated, and people don't realize that vaccines aren't for everybody. These are emergency use, and the only reason why they're allowed to be emergency use is if there's no other medications that can deal with COVID. So if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, I'm happy to talk about some other things that you can do for COVID. I'm not saying it's going to help everybody.
Thank you.
But there's a lot of BS going on, okay? And it's on the news, and I'm inundated by it, and it's like too much because there's more truth out there that needs to come out. And so if this is my forum for people, and I haven't seen this survey because I do not like social media. I do not like Facebook. Everybody thinks this is a political issue. I'm not a Republican. Do you know what I'm saying? So everybody's like so careful to say, like, oh, just listen to the doctor, just listen to the CDC. There's so many doctors that are being censored right now, and it's very scary.
Thank you.
I'm not going to go over my time. I could talk for hours and hours and hours.
Thank you.
I go to sleep late at night. I wake up early in the morning. This whole issue is so nauseating and so scary. Like, our world is going to a very scary place. It's dark, and this is just a mask issue. I don't care. I'll wear it. But it's a slippery slope. Like, where are we going next? That's all.
Hi, Cindy Pareka, Glen Head. I have two daughters in the district, one in the middle school, one in the high school. Did not plan on speaking tonight. I just feel like I have to after I heard, and I want to believe that you're listening to us. We've had a few parents tonight come up here and say that it did sound as if the decision had already been made. And the reason that I also feel that way, okay, is because we heard from every board member who spoke, all agreed that masks were the way to keep our kids in school in person, okay? Now, I didn't hear one board member advocate for parent choice, okay? That's one key point I want to bring up, so I really hope you're listening to the parents tonight and all the facts and the data that have been presented to you, okay? Now, every one of you kept bringing up the point of keeping our kids in school in person, okay? And you all alluded to the fact that the mask kept us there. My children were contact traced multiple times. So we were still getting cases of COVID. Why is everyone believing that these masks are working? Show me the evidence. Show me the science. We have science that's proving otherwise. Listen to the facts. Please read the data and give parents the choice. How do we know these masks are working? We still had cases. Do you have that data? There are no studies to show that. Parents should be making the decision for their children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Roper, and I will be entering North Shore Middle School and North Shore High School in 2 weeks. My last year in middle school was challenging in many ways. Many days I would go home complaining of a headache from being forced to wear a mask all day. The only time I got to take off my mask was during lunch or during outdoor classes. It was very hard to concentrate in my classes. It was difficult to hear and understand what my teachers and fellow classmates were saying through the masks, especially since I always struggle with a learning disability. Therefore, please allow parents to decide what's best for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Other folks? Okay. Sorry. Thank you. With that, we will, oh, we got one more.
Angelo Zesis from Glen Head. I stand here before you as a proud father of a Glenwood Landing student and address this to all mothers and fathers. As a parent, there's one thing we have in common, and that is how much we cherish, protect, and love our children. We would go to the end of the earth to assure this is carried out, that our children are safe and well-equipped educationally to survive in the real world when it comes their time to do so. It seems the Board of Education has shifted its governing in health, of which is completely out of their scope, and set the values of our children's education as backseat goal. However, there are a few agendas that perplex me and whoever thinks similar. I am not an anti-vaxxer, but this nonsense vaccine that has not been fully researched, rightfully approved, and monitored vigorously for safe administration to our children is about to be approved. I say nonsense because it has torn apart families, friends, and humanity as a whole. It is up to the districts to make this judgment call, and so I say this as a parent, which I'm assuming most of you here tonight are, and do not implicate this on our children. I'm a medical professional who has let alone seen the ugliness of the virus firsthand, lived through it every day. I am one of the lucky survivors who are here tonight talking to you. For those who know me or know of me, I go above and beyond to help many families in need. I work in New York City and come across 3 to 4 positive cases of COVID daily, adults and children, whether it be symptomatic or just diagnostically inaccurately tested. With the up-to-date medications and supplements that we have available, I can honestly say that I have not lost one patient this year. Of course, that does not apply to the forced ventilated patients of which the hospitals do not allow outside intervention. Early on last year, I lost countless patients, friends, and a close family member. So I know what some of you are going through, and my heart goes out to everyone who has succumbed to this virus. The one key element that propelled me to survive and continue educating those in need came from the love and support my family provided while I was ill. So please do not give up on our children and their education. As I noted above, we are here to protect our children, and I simply cannot do that alone, especially if forced to administer a trial vaccine or subject my only child into a clinical trial for experimental purposes. Many parents are pro-COVID child vaccination. I respect them, and each parent has the right to raise their child however they deem necessary and fit. Don't take my right away to do the same, and don't blacklist me for thinking differently. You're only subjecting this amazing community to divide. Over the summer, many of the children have traveled, attended camps, summer schools, etc. And as of yet, there is no real hard data where a child was severely ill, for that matter, in our community. Those children who did not contract the virus or similar undefined illnesses recovered rather quickly, and therefore concluding that our children have an amazing underlying immune response that us older parents cannot possess. I can only say that because I assisted several families over the course of the pandemic and can tell you firsthand they all recovered well. Kids are not the breeding grounds for the virus and by no means viral carriers. Next on the agenda is the use of masks in school. If the use of masks provide any sorts of protection, please consider the following.
So we are at 4 minutes, so we'll move toward closure, please. Thank
Sure.
you.
First, how can we expect children to properly, effectively utilize masks when adults don't even know how? Every time a mask is removed or slipped down, at that point it's contaminated and useless. If anything, the masks themselves are breeding grounds for bacteria and viral access. Due to the constant finicking and adjusting for comfort, with the above all said, is this the right time to go against one another or the best time to work together? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other folks for public comment? We do have additional business to deal with, so I'm speaking slowly to give everyone a chance, and then,
Okay, really quick, I know.
wait, you spoke already, right?
Yes, Lauren
No,
Quella.
Lauren,
Don't make us sweat this out for a whole week. You've been thinking about it, you haven't talked about it, but we all know where.
hold on a minute. We give everyone a chance to speak, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, with that, I will close public comment. I appreciate everyone coming tonight. We did hear everyone. All right, if there's anyone else who does want to speak who hasn't, please be prepared, because it is, it's getting late. We do want to continue. But I am glad you're here. We are wearing the mask, though, still.
Only 3 minutes?
Only 3 minutes, and we are wearing the mask. Thank you.
Hard for 3 minutes. First, I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, board members, families in our district, and giving their time and their effort
So we do have the mask on, though. I'm sorry. Thank you.
for our children, because this is for our children. So I want to thank everybody, all of you, and everybody who's made that effort to come here for them. I'm a therapist practicing, a psychologist, practicing in systems theory and behavioral science for over 20 years, and specializing specifically in family therapy and individual psychoanalysis. You just saw my husband. He experienced COVID pretty early on in March 2020. We almost lost him to the virus. I'm going to keep it short by saying and sharing with you that it was a very traumatic event for all of us to experience in our home. With the EMTs, the police department, firefighters, fire chief, and many other medical professionals that were there trying to save his life, the words will never leave my mind that we were better off leaving Angelo home rather than bringing him to the hospital. This is March 2020, because he would be leaving the hospital only one way, and they told me it would be in a body bag. So my decision was to take care of him at home. As you can imagine, I felt helpless and as afraid as you can possibly be. However, Angelo's expertise came into play. He became determined to fight, not to give up as a PharmD pharmacist. He basically saved his own life. With everything he had ever gathered, both medically, pharmaceutically, integratively, he reached out to every doctor he trusted and knew with their expertise to give him honest information on what he could do to live. And so, with a cocktail he compiled, he made it. We have since done research and have worked endlessly to understand both the physical and emotional consequences of it all. I'd like to say I'm sorry to everybody that our country, our leaders, those who govern, who have been placed in position to help stabilize our nation and bring back peace and comfort into our homes, have failed. We are New York strong, but we are divided as a nation now. We are divided as a state, and now, unfortunately, we are divided as a community. And you need to know that, and we need your help with that. Now, let's begin quickly with some update information on the CDC and what they have been doing. Hospital protocol has just been changed in the last 3 months that the vaccinated individuals who die from COVID-19 don't count. These numbers do not get counted towards the number of deaths from COVID nor from the vaccine. This is all on the CDC website. All articles, plenty of research done that are contradictory, actually, on their website to what ultimately gets released into the social media, news, and all of it. Keep in mind that many deaths, a lot of deaths in the hospitals are being quote unquote heart attack, stroke, trauma, car accident, but apparently now the CDC owns the definitions to rename every cause of death. And now on your way out of here, make sure you don't trip because that might even be labeled as COVID. Just another fact here. The dirtiest place of our bodies are our mouths. Some real science here. So not to get graphic, but just to say that we don't make a habit out of placing our faces near any of our private parts anally. So being that our mouths are worse, filled with bacteria, breathing in that bacteria, why would we force that on our children all day long?
We are at 4 minutes, so.
It is absolutely wrong. It is it psychologically affects them, and we are increasing the risk of infection, that alone. Again, on CDC, you can see on the website randomized studies on that. Why are we so afraid of germs? When their germs help create immunity for the body. There has not been not one child, not one study of one child that was a threat and had contracted the COVID. I'm sorry, I'm going to start again. There has not been.
We are at almost 5 minutes, so we do have to move toward closure, please.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
There has not been not one case that a child was a threat and had contracted the COVID, causing another student to die or teacher or staff. Not one case, not only in America, in the world. I want you to let that sink in. Not one case in all of the world that one child had the COVID and had caused another person to contract and die from that. I'm going to just skip over all this.
I'm sorry, we do have to wrap it up. I apologize, but we have reached the end of the time allotment. Is there a concluding sentence or a message you want to leave with us tonight?
I want to say that they deserve to be children. They're innocent. They see color right now, you're right. But they see a crayon box, that's about it. You see color, maybe we don't. They see love, they see kindness, they see friendship, they see love. They love their schools, they love their teachers. You have built a strong and powerful reputation as a district, and you have to know that. What you decide now, you are going to be responsible for, liable for, and you can't forget that. But all it takes is inappropriate conditions for our children, as safety, both physical and mental, is on the line now.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We have reached the end.
One moment, I'm almost done, it's my last sentence.
Okay.
We will pull them out, so please don't doubt it. That would be a terrible mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will close our public comment for the evening and continue with our regular meeting. Let me just get back to that screen. We'll move on to action item 8, which is the approval of the district-wide safety plan as opened at the hearing earlier tonight. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second? Thank you. This, of course, covers the district-wide safety plan and the building level safety plans combined. Any questions or comments? Trustee McCary?
Yeah, I do have several of them. I'm sorry. I'll start with the I'll go kind of page order. From page 6 to 8, I think we have the list of the district safety team. I believe some of those are outdated. And then in appendix 4, the contact information is outdated on that's page 38.
It's really hard to hear.
Yeah, is it possible to?
Don't say close, just say.
I know, just to, yeah, I'll tell you what, respond to Andrea, and then perhaps, I don't know if trustees need a moment at all. Anyone trustee need a moment?
I wouldn't mind standing out.
Okay, Andrea,
Yeah.
we're gonna pause
love a
really
bathroom
briefly.
break.
I'm gonna make a motion for a brief recess for everyone to do what they gotta do, and then we'll return hopefully very shortly. I'll be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Interesting times.
I would like to call the meeting back to order. I want to thank the thousands of people who are still watching this remotely. I'm sure you're all up, paying attention. Okay. Trustee McCary.
All right, I gotta log back in here.
Okay, are we ready to answer the question? We need a repeat of the question?
Actually, we're not.
Okay.
I'll do it again.
That is, I would not be able to tell you tonight.
Like, so if you look at pages like 6 to 8, there are just some things that need to be updated. Like you have Jen as the assistant high school principal. You have Rob Dennis listed as the middle school. Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. I think also some of the parent representatives are outdated too. And the same is true for Appendix 4. I don't know if you're trying to tell us something, but Peter's listed as the superintendent on page 38.
That's not your out plan.
Tell me where that is.
Page 38.
It's so, it's so funny you say that, because I was kind of surprised that I made the list on page 6.
Yeah.
Because this is such an old document, but page what?
Page 38, Appendix 4.
Got it.
Before
Yep.
you move off page 38, since you're on it anyway, I think the mayor of Sea Cliff is no longer Edward Lieberman, and Villafane.
Well, I, for what it's worth, I asked John Holt to be here, and John, edited this thing, and I'll ask them publicly, we'll take a look at the list. But I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for the work you did. And I swear, I said to John, you only have to stay for the public hearing, which was about 3 hours ago, and he's still here. So thank you very much.
I wonder how many cots John has stashed away in this place.
John, we can update all these contacts easily? Yeah.
Sure, please, John.
Obviously, we don't want to see edits at this point, but when the district-wide safety committee approves this, it kind of freezes the document in time. And so we approved this in May before a lot of things other than the mayor change. So it's dynamic. We'll definitely go through this and fix the things. But that's really why some of this is the way it is.
So let me ask this. Thank you, John. Let me ask this. I guess I would say don't go too far because you never know. But
yeah, don't go too far.
But I was going to say, are there any? Those are, how do I say, content of the plan changes. Are there questions about content of the plan?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So most of my questions are related to mental health and how that's incorporated into the plan. And so I think it's easiest if I just go sort of go through by page. So on page 10, it talks about under number 1, prevention and intervention strategies, and it talks about how school safety officers and security personnel are going to be trained annually by emergency responders, regional BOCES, district consultants. I think it's important to make specific mention of mental health consultants there, because when you have school safety officers that are often appear, right away with an incident, you want them to have some mental health training so that the situation doesn't escalate quickly. page 14. Okay, and this sort of occurred in several places where there was sort of a marriage between violence and mental health and violence and suicide. And typically, like, we don't combine those two things. First of all, because it sort of increases the stigma that the mentally ill are violent, and we know that's not true. We know the mentally ill are more likely to be the victims of violence rather than the perpetrators of them. But also for a document like this, they're really there are two pathways. If someone's having a violent incident versus a mental health crisis or some type of suicidality, the way that you would approach that is very different. So on page, what is that, page 14, just for instance, under additional training may include, but not limited to, warning signals for violence and mental health concerns that really should be decoupled. And that appears a few places. Page 22. We have a list of all the kinds of emergencies that we're looking at. And you have it as suicidal students. I don't know if that's what you intend or if you rather just suicidal individuals, right? Page 32. Second paragraph, last sentence, you have administration shall utilize school mental health resources when necessary. And that's in relationship to, I should read the whole paragraph. When a student is involved in any violent situation or an implied or direct threat of violence by such students against themselves, including suicide, parent or guardian should be contacted and the mental health resources should be utilized when necessary. I guess I want it to be always necessary to utilize mental health resources when we're talking about somebody who's having some type of suicidal situation. Page 34, and this one's pretty important. My computer just froze. On page 34, it talks about what to do after a crisis in the second paragraph, that there's some type of debriefing. And then it says there's going to be post-traumatic incident debriefing. Post-traumatic incident debriefing is considered a harmful pseudotherapy. It's well accepted that the data on debriefing is harmful in that it increases post-traumatic stress in people who are present. So after a crisis takes place, often people want to do the humanitarian thing, which is go in and try to give like a single session therapeutic debriefing with the understanding that's going to decrease symptomatology long term. But when they've studied it over and over again, they actually find that when that occurs, people's rate of PTSD actually goes up. And the reason why is that we have natural coping mechanisms, and the incident debriefing disrupts that. So that's something we definitely don't want to do. The APA, which avoids all controversy, has even come out very clearly and said you cannot do debriefing because of the harmful effects it has on people. So I think we should look at that. And reading through this, the suicide was mentioned 7 times. I think it's important to make a distinction between suicide thoughts and suicide intent, because I do worry that if a child was expressing suicidal thoughts, that it's going to trigger some type of law enforcement intervention rather than a mental health intervention, because there's going to be a lack of distinction between thinking about suicide and actually intending to do it imminently. So if you can look at that, suicide, like I said, is mentioned 7 times here, but actually I went through the policy manual and we have zero mention of it in our policies. So it makes me think that that might be something that we need to consider, a suicide prevention policy. And New York State and NASP do have model prevention policies for schools that we could look at if that was something we were interested in.
Good?
I'm done.
All right, thank you. We have a record of those in the minutes, and we'll be able to.
John and I were both taking notes.
Great, perfect.
I think it will compel us to not act on this tonight and bring it back. Can we do that? Or are we outside the time frame?
It's going to affect, we have to meet a deadline by adopting this, and we did go through the normal review process for this, so we didn't know these changes in advance. Can we adopt it pending the changes if you prefer, or we could hold it, but then you're not being in compliant with the, and just so you know, this is a very generalized.
Yeah, I think the changes are worthy of a longer discussion that we'll be able to even have in 2 weeks.
Right. I would make a suggestion. Why don't we adopt a plan tonight, and then John can look at the amendment, and then we can put it on again for a hearing as amended. After we look at, we'll have a hearing for the amendment, right?
Right.
You'll give us the proposed amendments, and then we'll do the notice. We have to have the legal notice, right? And we'll adopt it as amended. I don't think adopting it tonight prohibits us from amending it at a later date during
Agreed.
the year.
I was going to say that slightly differently. Go ahead and adopt it, send it to the committee,
Yeah.
and then we can bring it back.
And we will set as a goal, the second meeting in September, to have it back to the board with, although we need 30 days of
You
public.
need 30
so
days notice.
Probably going to be the first meeting in October that we will get it back to you, give or take a meeting, so that we have that 30 days public notice.
I
Okay?
don't think it's a hurry. I think we would rather send it back to the committee, incorporate everyone's recommendations, take our time with it, and then have it amended, because that will be a model for the following year too.
Agreed, and the rush is to get something in place, so when things happen, we at least do,
Right, but
I should say when
some-
things happen.
We'll
but-
have something in place. That's
Exactly.
that's
So
my
I just
point.
want to be responsive to what sounds to me like some important concerns, and I won't rush it, but we will
You
address
could do it expeditiously.
That's a good word.
I think that's a path.
Can I add one? I'm
Of
sorry.
course, please.
Yeah.
And I think Andrea mentioned it already on page 7, the parent representatives. Do you know when, like, I guess, I think some of these parent representatives may not even be in the schools that they're listed in anymore, so it might be a good idea to just update that
Right.
for the current year.
Yeah, we do that because the new cycle of district-wide safety meetings is coming in, and we'll poll the group to see who's still on and make any updates. Again, this frozen time from May when the committee approved it, and we definitely would update that list in the plan as we move forward. And just also so you know, this is the plan that's shared with the public. It's a very general template that was provided to us by Altaris. We'll definitely make these changes, but the building level plans are much more detailed and specific in that, and that's not shared with the public, but definitely make sure our individual buildings know exactly what to do and what's going on.
Thank you, John. Okay. That's good. Well said. So I am ready to call the vote on 8A and B. All in favor of approval as is?
Motion.
And the
That's the
second, sorry.
motion.
Thank you, Mary. I'm going to slip on process a couple times at this time, so.
It's late. I make a motion.
We have a
Someone
motion.
second?
Is there a second? Okay, all
Now
in
the vote.
favor? Aye. Thank you. Action item 9, which are various personnel issues. Is there a motion on A through L?
Motion.
Thank you, Rich. And a second, Lisa? Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Action.
I do have one comment that I think is pertinent. Jen Imperial shared with me that she's entering her principalship over at the middle school and has been assisted considerably by Rob Dennis. He's been there. Tomorrow's his last day, but he's been there and he's been a big help. And she mentioned that to me, and I promised her that I would bring that up tonight, that he followed through on everything, and she feels she's better prepared because of the assistance he lent.
That's great. And I know Jen is having, I want to say tomorrow, but it's today. We'll be having some meet and greets in the morning. As a parent, I was planning to head over there, but we'll see. But I appreciate that notice of Rob Dennis, and certainly I think it goes to speak to the fact that our educators and our administrators here generally go the extra mile in thought and respect for our kids, and that should not be overlooked. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dennis, and thank you, Jen. So we will now move on to action item 10, which is the approval of budget transfers. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. I'd like to take 11 and 12 together, adoption of a textbook and approval to dispose of some inventory. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second? I think we had a second. We had two. Any questions on either of these? Trustee Russo?
There was some, and I apologize for the late notice on this question. There were some questions about why we selected this particular AP World History textbook. I was told, I don't know if this is true, that there are very few districts that use this AP World History textbook. And so I guess I'm wondering why the change, other than, my 25-year-old did use Ways of the World. So I assume something happened in the past 10 years. I'm not sure about that. But how was this textbook selected and why that particular textbook?
So just in general, they use the criteria that is outlined in the board policy, and they did a review with the teachers of AP World History. And this text actually met all that criteria from the group's perspective in the best manner. So they did feel like it was time for a new text that given recent world events and just the writing of history being needing to be more current. So that in general, that is why, the committee, it was a committee decision and they individually rated and came up to that summative decision on the criteria that's outlined in the board policy.
Thank you. I mean, I looked it up online. I didn't see anything. I mean, there's not a lot of information on it. It's just the question was raised out on social media. So I just wanted to know what the process was and why that was selected, but the committee selected it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Chris, would you say this is part of a critical race theory curriculum?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of the inventory and textbook adoption, say aye. Aye. Thank you. It's 7 of us.
A copy of the book is in my office if anybody would like to see it, and I'm saying that not just to the board, but to the multitudes that are still watching the meeting. If anybody wants to see the book, I think it's a good one, and come take a look.
Thank you. Chris had given us a password, so we were able to take a look electronically, which I didn't read the whole thing, but I did poke around a little bit. And I like this. I like the idea that it tells histories through sort of individual stories traveling through those experiences, which mimics what a true historian's experience is. So I was impressed by that. So thank you. Action item 13, which is the approval of 5 contracts between North Shore and various organizations, including the pool. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Any questions on these contracts? All right, all in favor? Sorry. Yep,
Before you do,
Dr. B.
I should have shut up, but a question was raised about the very first one, the agreement with the Holocaust Memorial and Tolerance Center. I assure you that we did do our homework. Chris had a conversation with the new director over at the Holocaust Memorial and Tolerance Center, Dr. Helen Turner. She has 2 doctorates, and we are going to meet with her before any of the presentations. So rest assured, we did our homework and we're prepared to move forward.
Yes, that was in the board grant. That's why I didn't raise it again,
Okay.
but I'm glad you spoke about it so the public knows.
Right.
Exactly. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Dolan. All right, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. I'll take action 14 by itself, awarding of the bid for the foul ball netting project. Is there a motion
Motion.
and a second?
Second.
There had been a question as to why some of the costs have increased. Can we address that a little? Whomever? Not me.
Yeah, we put out the bid, based on an estimate that was given to us by, I'm sorry, by one of our engineers. He estimated that it would be about $70,000 to $90,000. So that's what we had that's the budget we had for that particular project. Then we bid it, and the lowest bidder was $132,000. John Hall and I went back. I said, let's go negotiate it. We went back and forth. By the time that we're ready he agreed to it. He said, wait a minute, guys, material cost and everything has increased. So you have to add another $10,000. I mean, that caught us by surprise. We tried to go back to negotiate that, and he wouldn't budge.
Okay. So Betty, I know your minutes are always perfect, but in this one, I would request that you can put it into that. It was the original estimation. The bids came in as they came in, and then due to material cost increases due to the supply chain issues that we all know are happening in this world right now. I'm a manufacturer. I'm certainly aware of them. We had to extend 10 more to make it work. But now this is a fixed firm contract, and it will be completed for that price by the vendor.
Yeah, and we couldn't go any further than that because the highest bidder was $179,000.
Oh boy. Okay.
So if we were going to fight it too hard, it was even going to be worse for us.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you should also note that the reason why the foul ball netting is so expensive is not just because of foul ball netting, it's because you had to redo the footings.
Correct.
Because we went much higher, so we had to change out the old footings and do different footings. So I don't want people thinking we're spending $100,000 and some odd thousand just on foul ball netting. It's a lot of work, underground work as well on footings.
And in fact, that's why we brought the engineer in, to make sure that they did the right footing.
Right.
And of course, ultimately, it's all about a safety issue, keeping
Yes.
people safe, which is unfortunately, people have been in danger in those spots before.
The balls could potentially fly over to the field, which is why the football and lacrosse field. So we thought it was a better idea to put up some foul ball netting than people to get hit in the head.
People getting brained, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on the foul ball netting award? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. I'll take action 15 by itself, the secret type 2 resolution for the Glen Head Maintenance Facility Project. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second I heard as well. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Can I lump 16 and 17 together? 16 being the approval of an intermunicipal agreement between North Shore and Locust Valley, and then several special education consultant agreements.
I have a question about.
Well, first we'll take the motion on both.
Okay.
Is there a motion on 16 and 17?
Motion.
And then a second? Yeah, thank you. Now questions or comments?
Yes, I have a question on 17F. I had sent an email earlier and it was, Chris got back to me, but if you look at the agreement with Carol Roush, I guess her name is, it's a little confusing because she presents herself as a teacher, but then if you look at her insurance coverage, the business she says she has is a behavioral therapist. And I just want to make sure that she's practicing under the correct scope of practice, given those are two different things, and that we have a clear understanding of what we're hiring for her for and what she's actually licensed in.
Because it's my understanding, therapist is a protected term in New York State, and not one that you could call yourself if you're licensed as a teacher.
Andrea was good enough to send me an email about this earlier today, and it's a testament to Chris Marino that when I contacted him in Honolulu, he got back to me within 20 minutes. He thinks it's okay. He's confident that it can be adjusted. However, he has no problem at all with us tabling this until he gets home, looks at the contract, and reviews the insurance coverage and the titles and all of that. So we have no problem at all tabling F or removing it from that motion and acting on the rest.
Okay, so we would need a motion to separate and table F. Andrew, you want to make that motion?
Sure. I make the motion to table F.
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments on the motion to table? Okay, we'll now vote on the motion to table F and remove it from the 16 and 17 vote. All in favor? Aye. All right, thus it is tabled. Any more questions on 16 or 17, A, B, C, D, E, G? I do have one question. Sorry, Mike, I got to scroll down a little. And H, don't forget H. Just a question in general, the intermunicipal agreement. I don't know if there are rules about what we're allowed to charge for administrative fees, but certainly as a district, North Shore, in its foresight, built that depot and has the ability to do that. I'm certainly looking to be a good neighbor, and obviously in any situation where a neighboring district is in need to help service their kids, we want to do that. And I'm not looking to obviously charge exorbitant rates, but I wonder if there is a line between exorbitant and nominal, what I would call fair, that we're allowed to charge.
Yeah, I was thinking about that for next year, but this year, the way this happened was they called us in the middle of the school day because their pump broke.
Oh,
and we
yes.
did not want to appear as if we are also trying to exploit the situation. Otherwise, they could have gone to a gas station to do this. So it was a balance. And next year, we plan to incorporate it into the contract. Then we have time, then we can negotiate back and forth.
That's great. I just think as a practice,
Yes.
Getting a couple extra percentage points because it's, I don't say for our trouble, but it is effort and work and there's liability and all the rest of it. So that was my question. Any other questions? Okay, all in favor of 16 and 17, A through H without F? Aye. Thank you. Actions 18 and 19, which are special education tuition agreements and services contract. Is there a motion on 18 and 19?
Motion.
I heard a second as well. Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor of 18 and 19? Aye. And finally, number 20, an approval of special education services, the IEPs, IEPs for students. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Second. Terrific. Questions on the IEPs?
Over 200 of them.
Over 200 of them. The detail on each of them was amazing. Really, the work of that department is just voluminous.
And again, I know there were a lot of emails this week, and now you know where they were coming from. Credit to Chris Marino for the work that he was doing.
Terrific. Any other questions? All right, all in favor of action 20? Aye. Thank you. Brings us to old business.
I'm too tired.
I
to
love the
remember.
Lord. Thank you. Any new business?
I'm going to just raise one thing.
Okie dokie.
So when we're going through the contracts for the providers, it might be helpful to have a CV that's associated with them, just so that we see who the provider is. And we have some information about who they are, and we don't have to start Googling on our own. I think also maybe the contract should include a license number if they're licensed, because that helps verify that the professional has whatever credential they're claiming to have, and we're able to then check to see if the person has any probationary status or anything like that. I'm not looking to give anybody extra work, but we are approving the contracts, and sometimes it's very little information. So that's for the individuals, because
Correct.
some of these consulting agreements are with agencies.
Correct.
Do you want anything on the agencies?
Well, the agency is, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. The agency is, for instance, might be providing all different kinds of services, and you really don't know who the provider is,
Right, and that's kind of my point. You
Yeah.
don't really know who the provider is.
So-
And it's up to them. So we're relying on the agencies to do the
Right.
vetting.
So there's a big difference in providers, right? Not everybody is providing the same kind of psychoeducational assessment. And I think that's something that maybe the special ed department has to look at. But if we're approving these contracts, I think we should have more than just this like boilerplate contract.
I agree conceptually. I would want to, it's brought up a new business. I would want to get some kind of feedback from the department as to the ease with which they could get that and or the degree to which it may become problematic in going ahead with what they need. So maybe they can just give us some feedback on that request.
Also,
And
the
I
reason why,
will, I'm sorry.
the reason why the contracts are boilerplate is because when I first got on the board, I mean, you would get literally like a
Right.
loose leaf sheet, TP TED is coming and no insurance. All right, none of that. So we actually asked council to develop a boilerplate contract so that we knew everything was in there that we needed. That doesn't mean that it can't be improved. But I'm just giving you the reasoning why
Right.
the contract is boilerplate.
Oh, I like the boilerplate because it's much, I know where
Much
everything
easier.
is. It's fast,
Yeah.
right?
I call it standardization, I think. Sounds better than boilerplate, but it's an improvement. We've come a long way.
Standardized provider contract.
Optimize, sure.
Standard form, as we call it in the real estate world.
I'll be happy to follow up on that with Chris. And no hyperbole here. I might be able to do it on the way home on my phone because it's only 5:20 in Honolulu. So
Is that a luau?
he'll be thrilled. Right, he's at the luau.
I know,
right?
he's- yeah,
All
he's-
kidding aside, I will follow up. And Andrea, if it's okay with you, I may connect Chris with you.
Yeah, sure.
Just, to have that conversation. I'm sure he'll understand it even better. But I will take care of that. I have a note on it.
Good point. Any other new business before we adjourn? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
And a second? All in favor of adjournment? Aye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Chris Olivia and Dr. Dolan. Thank you, John. Thank you, Florence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our security, who did a great job tonight. Thank you very much, gentlemen.